Hello, everyone, and welcome to whatever episode of the Devouring Darkness is. Whichever one. Okay.
2,000,000.5, I don't know.
So last time, the group hung out at the Zaroston's encampment and did various things. And that's pretty much it. So...
We're still there and hoping. We're still there. The 2 days have not gone by yet, if I'm correct.
Not quite, no. I don't remember what the last thing you were in the middle of was.
Last thing I remember, I was dynamite fishing.
Oh yes, that's true. He was about to go dynamite fishing.
No, we did go dynamite
They
fishing.
did go dynamite fishing.
He did.
Yes, we did.
And
Hopefully, he did it the smart way of not going in front of the barrier of the settlement, but actually behind.
doesn't
It went
matter
down
how
with
they did it
You've
because...
already done it, so...
Yeah, exactly. But Explo got electric eel in a fish tank.
Yeah, that's right. I have it in a tank in the ship as well. And I actually managed to connect it to the power core.
Oh god. No. No.
What? It's basically a speed boost for the ship now.
Oh god. So you're making arcane power, combining it with actually electricity.
Well, they
Yes.
did blow up the ship.
I didn't blow up the ship somehow.
Let's see how long that will last.
Either way, so, what were you guys doing?
Well, we're just gonna wait out the 2 days until, well, my advisors know what to do, what to say, and what to say yes or no to.
Okay.
We can wait out, just keep the area safe and all that.
Okay. That happens, I guess.
If no one has any complaints about it.
I don't have much to say, I just joined.
Well, you can talk with everyone.
Well, the gnome is a prick. The Dragonborn is doing everything else.
Well, I do come out from time to time to see how everything is on the outside, so you can talk me up.
If you guys want to talk, go ahead. But otherwise, we're skipping, I guess.
I'm fine with skipping. I've done what I can do with the ship. With the stuff that I have.
You still have Fuzzy to work on.
What?
Fuzzy and the minigun.
Yeah, that would be literally all I do. Those 2 days of waiting.
Well, I fixed my gun.
Yup.
And I don't know if Matt remembers, but something had to happen with the eagle and the Burkasima guy.
Yeah, that's not happening till later.
So 2 full days will give me 48 hours on the gun.
Unfortunately, you spent some of those days fishing and stuff.
Yeah, you said you would.
And you already did that, as we've said earlier. So
how many hours?
I'll give you...
Approximately.
I'll give you 16. Why not?
Okay. Oh, what is the result for my advisors in those 2 days? To say yes, no, whatever?
They call you forward,
Mm-hmm.
and the eldest gentleman says, So what did you want us to advise you on? There's no hidden agenda, just appears to be some sort of document about you being a general or something.
Kinda, but also we can live in a town they have then. They say they have, well, an old city all the way up north with walls and fortifications and all that.
Okay. So, what specifically did you want us to see if it was in there or whatever?
Anything that, well, they could use against me, for example.
I don't see any hidden subtext. So, should be alright. If you want to
Even
be a
though,
general, I guess.
well, you're all coming with to, well, also stay safe and all that.
Okay. I guess. Same as here, really. Okay.
Well, it's
I
far
guess.
better than you actually have stone walls and, well, farms and food and all that.
Alright.
And more people than we have currently now. So that would be a plus as well.
Well, how do you propose that we move all these people?
Well, there is a flying ship on the outside of our current home, so I assume we can all take our most important valuable stuff with us and then take it with us to the city.
Alright, but the ship isn't gonna hold all of us.
Oh, yes, it is now.
Yeah, you did tell me about that, right?
Most likely.
Up to
Yeah.
you guys.
I don't think, I don't know if we've even talked after I didn't blow up the ship. But if we have, then yes, I would have.
Okay, then I will say the following. Well, the gnome that's working on the ship's engine said he recently made a few improvements that can take us all back.
We have some people who have a cart. I doubt that you can take an entire caravan-like cart on a ship.
Well, we just have to see what. Well, the ship is quite big, so I think we can. If the cart can be dismantled, then it should be able to be put on the ship.
Well, I wouldn't be the one to bring it up to them.
I'll be done. So, what did you say? Because you broke up for that for me. He won't be bringing it up to them.
Yeah, he won't be the one doing it.
Well, I'll be the one bringing it to them as well. If they want to stay, that's their decision.
Okay, I guess.
So we start gathering then our stuff, and Zerskan heads off to the cart to see who the hell's there, because he doesn't know that there's some kind of wizardy guys as traders that have a very magical cart.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do remember that card is very special.
Uh-huh. So, you go over. You see, a dragonborn, a purple one, fairly similar to yourself. He seems to have similar armor, regalia. Seems to be a worshipper of the same deity as you.
So on edge as on edge we can be.
And he seems to be guarding some weird humanoid-looking people. You're not sure what race they are or anything, because they have black hoods and cloaks that cover their entire body. And when you try to peek under the hoods, you don't see any faces underneath. There's just some sort of black void obscuring whatever face might be lying beneath. And you approach. So, you're walking forward. Do you wish to approach the Dragonborn, or do you wish to approach the people in cloaks?
The people in cloaks.
Alright, there's a couple of them that are just sort of standing there. So
I asked them, so this is your card, I assume?
yes, traveler.
Well, if you want to be at a more safer place, then I suggest that we get our stuffs going, and my advisors tell me that you are not willing to separate from the cart. Is this correct?
Why would we? This place is safe.
Well, a recently more safer place came to our attention. And we're currently,
You seem to misunderstand. I mean this, and he motions towards the cart.
well, unless it can be partially disassembled to be put onto a flying ship to take to the location, then I'm afraid it can't come along, or, well, unless our dwarf, well, no, gnome?
Yeah.
It was a gnome, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Gnome friend has figured a way to do so, then, well, the cart can't come along then.
I don't even know about this card yet.
No, you don't.
So he goes, why would we move? We don't need to.
Well, a lot of the people are leaving this place for more safety than, well, your cart or this place.
Fine.
But yeah, if you want to stay, that's all up to you.
He just seems slightly disappointed.
Not a worry of my head. Then just start helping out the people with packing up, and so that they can get onto the flying ship with their stuff that is needed.
Okay. So, as you're doing that, what is everybody else doing?
Waiting for him to do that.
Get some small talking with the others.
Okay. Just a reminder, Howler hasn't returned.
No.
Either way, I guess you guys are doing the thing. You guys are waiting, and he's packing up the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess that happens. Okay. So you guys start bringing out all the supplies onto the ship.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
So,
go ahead.
yeah, I just ask the one that seems to be the oldest into this crew, so that's being Explo. So what do we do with people that don't return? We just leave them, or we go searching for them?
What do you mean, people who don't return?
Well, your leader, I should say leader hasn't returned yet.
Oh, that's a relief. We don't have a leader.
You don't have a leader. Even not the halfling that's very sneaky?
That guy? He's not our leader.
Yeah, that guy.
Oh, I'll talk to Lucius. I'll just ask Lucius if he can send a message or sending or whatever. Ask him where the hell he is, and we're about to leave.
Okay, Lucius sends him a message, and Lucius tells you, he seems to be chasing some sort of crazy guy.
Yeah, but tell him to go. Tell him to come back. We're about to leave.
Yeah, just leave the crazy guy. I mean, the crazy guy's definitely not worth it. I mean, he's talking about nuts being his throne.
He actually had a pile of nuts that he was sitting on.
Yeah. So I would say not worth going after at all.
Lucius sends a message again. He responds to you guys saying, he seems to be days away. How?
Idiot.
In what direction?
He sends a message again. So this is his third message. And he says, seems that he doesn't know.
I'm not willing to go searching for him if he got himself lost. That's detriment to us all.
Well, maybe we can just leave him some food on the ground, and he can find that when he returns. Not for him to walk home.
Oh, with this tenacity end, well... With his tenacity and, well... How do you say? Ingenuity, I'm sure he can, well, survive on his own.
In tenacity, maybe yes. Ingenuity? Nah.
Well, he did nearly kill me with just one dart.
Rogues.
How is that ingenuity?
Well...
I don't know.
Well, we'll see how he does, or when he returns.
Okay, so your entire group loads up onto this ship, whatever they want. You see the people, the weird dragonborn, and the cart just sort of pulls out of the river and just starts going somewhere. You're not sure where.
Well... That's at least a good thing.
I suppose.
Before we set off, I ask everybody of the people if they literally have everything they need. Because we're not coming back.
Okay, they've taken everything except for, like, the defenses. Which are, like, the sheet of metal and stuff like that.
So yeah, I just tell them to explode. We can fly away at any time you're ready.
Oh, hell yeah.
Well, we have liftoff, I would say then. Or not, I don't know if you're gonna wait for Howler to return.
I have no clue what Ben has planned, and I'm not... Well, if you're willing to skip until he returns, then sure, let's just wait for him.
I think it would be a very long time until the old man either convinced or he is dead or something, I don't know. So I say we have liftoff right now. What about you, Olaf?
Well, I don't know who the Howler guy you're talking about is, so
No,
I'm
I never
fine.
met the guy.
I only met you guys. And the little halfling girl.
Yeah. Yeah, Lily would say we would wait for him. Huh.
I'm not sure what she would say.
I think she would, cause well, Paolo is her friend. She doesn't want to leave them.
That's quite
Be with
true.
her and all that. So yeah, that's 2. Okay, yeah, that makes it even then.
Okay, so how do you wish to resolve this?
Um. No, this is not that one. Okay. How do we say we flip a coin to see who goes first? But I'm gonna cheat with Bless.
What?
Hmm?
Who
Yes,
goes first in what?
I can't ask you. How about we flip a coin for this?
If we leave or stay?
Yes, and I'm gonna cheat with Bless. So roll d20, then I will add 4 more because of Bless.
Why don't I just say heads and you say tails, and then we just roll a d2?
Because he's a fucking evil guy.
Yes. Cheating. I wanted to cheat you, but sure, 1d2. Let's see what are you gonna take? A 1 or 2?
Heads is 2, tails is 1. I'll go heads. Heads we go, tails we stay.
Sure.
Roll. We stay.
I guess we're staying.
Okay.
So I would at least say keep the stuff on the boat so we're ready to leave if anything happens, and all the people should go back into the sanctum or whatever.
Seems like we're staying then.
Alright. And as you guys choose to stay, you notice that the cart doesn't stay. They're still gonna leave.
The cart can leave. Not gonna stop them. It's their decision.
I'm sure that you want to do that, but that's okay. They leave.
Why?
He knows what the fuck the thing is.
I know what it is.
Is it some kind of
It was the source of everything. Like everything.
Everything.
Super cannon.
You guys know what the card is. I'm pretty sure, or at least Geo knows what the card is.
Yeah, it's some kind of magic doohickey that the card with some infinite pocket dimension like the TARDIS, but that's all I know, nothing more.
Okay, so it leaves.
Yeah, I do. Okay, before it leaves, then I do ask: is anyone gonna track that thing? Because it's magical.
Can I do an Arcana check on it?
Can I do one too?
Yes, I know exactly what this is.
I know a lot of it, but not everything.
Even with a natural 20, you don't know exactly what it is, because many magical items are unique items that only exist in one thing. There's only one of them. However, since you got a natural 20, you look it over and you see that the horses that are pulling the cart are similar to your bear, number 1. Number 2, you see it's kind of like a clown car. You see more people get inside it than should fit inside it.
Like you said, like a TARDIS. It's bigger on the inside.
And you also see that there is a dragonborn similar to Zaraskan that is sitting on the front of it, steering it.
And they're moving away.
Yup.
How far away are they?
Oh, they're like 100, 200 feet.
I can't run that far.
Should we stop him or?
I tell them about what the card is, and it's pretty fucking amazing. So,
That is pretty fucking amazing.
Yeah, that could be quite an asset if we could get our hands on it.
But then we have to leave now and take them with us somehow. I don't know what you guys have
how
planned.
big is the card?
Could you take the whole
The
cart on the
ex-
ship in one piece? That's the question.
The
Which is
ex-
why I'm asking how big is the card?
The exterior of the cart, it's not very big. It's like maybe 10 by 10 at most.
That should easily fit on the
Mm-hmm.
However, the opening to get onto the ship is like people-sized.
Yeah, but apparently we have days on us to get it on top, so we could just build like a lift. Or one of those
Or a
things
crane.
that the Egyptians did. Yeah, a crane. We could basically just build a crane.
Something here.
An easy crane out of tree and lumber to get it on.
Well, I know how heavy the thing is.
See, and I basically have a spell to get it on the ship anyways already, and judging by that the thing is so magical, I'm guessing every guy that's inside of it knows a fair amount of magic.
There's a safe assumption that they know at least some.
Mhm.
They know at least what this thing is
Well,
and how to use
if you
it.
want.
Well, it doesn't fit in the door. Do you guys have, like, fly magic or something?
I levitate.
I
Oh,
do you want
levitate
better.
too.
I do you want better. If you want to catch up, I can cast Find Steed. This time looking like a normal horse for him.
Well, it takes 10 minutes to cast up. Or 1 minute.
In that case, just cast that ability and walk over and tell them that if they want to ride, they got it.
Okay, then. Here we go. 10 whole minutes later, and then chasing after it.
Okay, I'm gonna roll for something.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, 10 minutes? They were riding
They
horses
can go
10
far in
minutes
10
away.
minutes.
Even if your
Well-
horse is faster than theirs, then it's still gonna be a little
Probably
bit of
isn't.
time for you to catch up to them.
Mhm. Well, not days, so.
Not
knows?
days, no, but it's gonna take time, which a
That's
thing
true.
can happen.
We have.
A thing can happen. Whoops, I shouldn't have put a plus anything, but that's okay. So, you're riding along, and, you encounter one of the nearby water veins that apparently this caravan just crossed no problem somehow. Because you see that there's the hoof prints of the horses on one side and hoof prints of the horses on the other side, but no, you didn't see any way that they could have crossed it other than to go through it. So as you're going to go through it with your steed, which is a horse, or what?
Wars. So-
Okay.
It has
a-
the same speed, but heavier because armor.
Okay.
You don't summon it with armor unless you've given it armor.
Mhm.
No, I think he's talking about, it's just like, it has more AC or something. But
Yeah.
anyway. You are about to go into the stream when I need you to make a perception check.
Oh gosh, one of my worst skills. Oh no, it's actually one of my better. Don't fail me now. 18.
Alright, you see a very large fish just sort of swimming in the water. And it stops as the current stops right next to you. Luckily you didn't enter before it arrived. But let's see if it notices you. Oh. Yeah, it notices you.
Let's have the good old Western standoff. Just staring.
Alright, so here's what happens. The fish jumps out of the water vein, and it starts walking on its fins. Similar to a fish that... I don't know. I don't know all the characters' names.
Erosan.
No. Well,
Countered.
yes. Well, yes. It's the same. It's that one.
It walks like a human.
No, it doesn't.
Isn't the same kind of fish that I kind of beat up when we were dynamite fishing?
No.
Okay.
This is the. Yeah, Erosan was killed by a similar fish.
Oh, god damn it, angler.
Yep, it has very long and large teeth. It has no eyes, and it has 3 fins, which it's using to locomote itself out of the water. Somehow it noticed you. You're not sure how, but it is approaching your horse.
Just step off. Great sword drawn and flame lit.
Alright, it doesn't seem to be afraid of fire. Perhaps it can't see the fire and doesn't know it's there, but you don't know. It's just it's still
Question:
approaching.
how far are they from me?
Oh, he's like hours away.
Oh, okay.
Now,
I rode on a warhorse. If you said you were to come with me, you could.
Well, yeah, sure.
I mean,
did you want to go with him?
Well, I had nothing else to do, so why not?
Okay. He's an air genasi, so he's not like weighing the horse down or anything. He's actually relatively light. Or yeah, he's a genasi. Yeah, that's what they're called.
Yeah.
I thought I said Jin, but they are. Yes, he is.
They're way heavier.
Yeah, Jin are still light compared to the air Jin. Are lighter compared to the other Jin. Just because they're air elemented. But anyway, it doesn't matter. So I guess you're both there. So yes,
Yeah.
you do remember a similar fish.
these
And
things trouble.
it didn't harm you, but you're not sure why it didn't harm you before.
Do I remember any of these fishes? Have I actually seen any of these before?
No.
No. Okay.
Um,
So I
actually, I'll get you to roll history.
yeah.
Because you did... I forgot that your character actually did have an encampment near here, so you might have seen it before.
Yeah. History. Come on, -1. Wow.
Natural
That's a
20.
natural 20.
Yeah, you've seen
Nice.
these fish all the time. Usually, if they don't recognize... Like, if you don't make yourself obvious that you're going to harm the fish, then it leaves you alone, because you don't smell like it's prey, which is pretty much any land-dwelling creature. But humanoids tend to not smell like rabbits or deer or those sorts of animals.
And I definitely smell like problem.
Well, you've made fire, and since you rolled so high on your history check, yeah, they aren't perturbed by fire, and they even have like little sacks which contain the water that they swim in, and they can spray it on fire to extinguish it, if it is extinguishable.
Good fit. This sword can't.
But it will still target its flames with this stream of water if it deems necessary.
So just hold it to be like a light source.
Okay. It's
Good,
approaching you still.
Yeah. Does it have shadow on it or anything?
Nope. This is just a creature walking around.
As long as I don't. Well, as long as I don't make myself too obvious, so. Just stand still as a statue, letting it think I'm just a beacon or something.
Okay. What does I don't even
Jack.
Yeah, Jack.
Jack.
What does Jack do?
Well, I see sort of scan just doing nothing, so I stand still and ready a shot if it attacks.
Okay.
Mhm.
You ready an action to
Mhm.
if it acts aggressively, then you can shoot. Okay, that's fine. And it walks forward and it uses its little nostrils to sniff nearby.
It definitely does smell like a rabbit.
However, since it can smell something in the area. Okay, I forgot to put the modifier on, but that's okay. It's still, its nose points at your sword, which is a light, and it goes, and it spits a little stream of water towards the the sword, and it goes. Does the sword go out?
No, it just hits the sword, fizz, and stays lit.
Okay. It seems frustrated. Does the
Tries
sword go
again.
out? Yes,
No,
it tries
the
again.
sword just it literally can't be extinguished unless I give it a command word for it.
Okay. Seems even more frustrated now. It just seems like it's stomping its fins on the ground. Very frustrated. And it is now going to attempt to reach its mouth to grab the sword. Do you allow it to grab the sword?
How tall is this thing?
Uh, it's like it's standing on its fins and it's like huge and fat. It's approximately still about the size of a human, and if it stands on its back fin with its two front fins in front of it, it's like a bear. It can stand really tall.
Oh boy. I'm not gonna let it take my sword. No, so step away.
Alright, you step away, it goes. It's gonna try to perceive you again. It perceives you. It starts walking forward.
Oh god. Wait, I have been in water a few times. Would I still smell like undead guts?
No.
No, what the
Yeah, even if you didn't wash yourself, in order to get into the encampment, you would have walked through a water stream multiple times.
Yeah.
So, yeah. You smell similar to the water added on whatever you normally smell like to animals.
Mm. A dragonborn, basically, so
Yes.
draconic,
It smells
dragon-like, I don't know.
something, and it's not very happy. It's walking towards you now. Again,
Aggressively
as you
or
moved back, it moved forward towards you.
just get ready for if it is going to do anything aggressive, but I'm not giving up my sword.
Okay, if you don't do anything aggressively to it, it tries to reach up and take your sword again.
Again, sidestep.
Okay, it seems to be getting very frustrated at this moment, and you hear it go. And that means that it is calling more of its kind.
Okay, as it does that, I just tell the sword to go out.
Okay? And it starts moving forward again, and it goes. It doesn't smell the flames anymore. However, in the water veins beside you, you see 3, 4, 5 more appear, and they start walking towards where the other one made the sound.
So I'm gonna slowly step away so that I don't get encircled.
And they all just walk into the exact location where the other one made the sound, and the other one just sort of turns around and goes. And the other ones start just making various noises at each other. And then, if you don't move, they're going to see if they can perceive something in the area. 1,
Like
2, 3, 4,
Like I said, I
5,
move away so that
6.
I'm not encircled by them.
Oh, you start trying to move away so you're not encircled. They start making noises at each other, as if they're communicating to each other, and they start encircling the exact location where they smell something.
So I keep walking away, not wanting to get
They
encircled. Just
pin you between themselves and the water itself. So they're sort of in a half circle around you, and you have to either go between them to get away or in the water.
gosh. Oh, I'm not happy. I'm not happy. I just make a lot. He said if I'm not threatening to them, then they wouldn't attack. So just stand still, hoping that they won't. But if they do, I will retaliate.
Okay. They walk forward. They start sniffing everything in the area. Your horse is technically like a fae or celestial or something like that, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes,
then your
definitely.
horse
Hold
isn't going
spell.
to easily get spooked, is what I needed to find out. So yeah,
There you go.
it depends
Yeah, so
on
that's-
what yeah, it's a celestial, fae, or fiend, your choice. So, what is it?
Gosh. It's lovely to not be evil at times, but now I'm evil, so fiend.
Okay, yeah, it's not afraid. Unless if you tell it to, like, run away or something, it's not gonna, like, bolt on you.
Yeah, I just tell. I have telepathic communication, I think, with it.
Yeah.
Your steed, it understands the language that you speak.
And you can communicate it telepathically.
Yeah.
As long as they're within a mile.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
So
yes, there it is. It's at the bottom.
Yes, so
Okay.
I just tell it telepathically to keep its distance and keep the.
It acts like a horse, so it can't, like, talk or anything. But it is actually not a horse, even though, by all intents and purposes, it looks like one.
Yeah, it can understand me at an intelligence of 6, and I just tell it to keep Jack at a safe distance and itself as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So it just starts backing up, but it doesn't. It has self-preservation, so it's not immediately jumping into the water to get away, unless if you tell it to do so. So it's backed against the water, and it's making horse noises, which some of the fish seem slightly confused by, but they aren't attacking the horse.
Either me.
So
That's a good.
they continue smelling. And they just sort of turn around, disinterested. However, I'll roll to see if something happens. Yes, it does.
17. Uh-oh.
You hear, and you see a weird-looking wolven-like creature that has scales instead of fur and fins. And you sort of look behind the other fish, and this thing is barking. And the other fish that have surrounded you seem distracted by it, and they start moving towards that instead.
Okay, yes, just start. The water stream that the cart went through, I'm slowly going to try and go through that one.
Okay, do you want your horse to attempt to do so as well?
I just look at Jack and then just motion towards the water stream, and then to the horse to hold on to the horse.
Alright.
I hope he gets it.
Alright. So what do you do?
So
Do
I
you
tell it to go
order
to
the
the stream.
horse?
I order the horse to go to the stream, and I hope Jack will hold on.
Alright. So I need the horse to make a strength saving throw.
For horse, if I knew the stats of a horse out of my head, I would have
I
already
think it's a
rolled.
15 strength.
That is 18.
Oh yeah, that's beefy.
20 plus 4. That's a 19.
Alright, the horse is strong enough to resist the current, pumping it in the direction of the current. And it manages to get to the other side no problem.
That's good.
Alright. There you go, you guys are on the other side.
Okay, I get back on the horse and start following the tracks again.
Okay. You wasted a little bit of time, so there's another encounter chance. Okay. So, you guys continue along, and you see another group of these weird woven creatures with fins on them. They appear to be just sort of lounging where the trail leads.
Just move around them and continue on.
Alright. How far do you wish to move around them?
Like 30 feet.
Okay. I need you all to make a stealth check, and if you're on the horse, then it's the horse making the check for you.
Let me check again. What is the dex for that horse?
Yeah, there's a 1 dex.
One. Let's see. So that's a +1. That's a 12.
Alright. So the horse is clomping on by. Let's see if the wolves get agitated.
I did go the nice 30 feet, so nice distance.
I rolled super low, but it's still higher than what you rolled. So
By 1.
the wolves look over and you hear and they start walking over towards you.
I'm not stopping, I just keep going as we're trying to sneak away, and if they notice us, hiya!
They start running towards you as you are not stopping.
Okay. Straight through the water vein if we can again.
Unfortunately, the wolves are as fast as your horse. So you are now
That's
in a...
fast wolves. That's some fast wolves.
That's some fast as fins then. They can move 60 feet.
A war horse can move 60 feet?
Yeah,
Yeah.
same kind of normal horse.
I thought they only had 40.
No, 60. They're damn good.
I know when I need to pick my creatures.
I'll just get a Pegasus. No, wait, you're evil. You wouldn't need that.
No, I would get a nightmare.
Yeah.
Well, that's still 60 feet, I think.
And they can also fly.
Let me see.
Then do I outrace the wolf fishies?
Oh, I'm looking up horse.
War horse to be exact.
Yeah.
You're not getting bored, Ben?
What?
I'm just making sure you're not getting bored or anything.
I'm looking up memes, dude.
You're never bored when you have memes.
You're never bored when you have memes.
Okay. Yeah. it
Just
says-
making sure.
Oh, wolves technically have 50, so They are technically
still-
slightly slower. However,
I still can't raise them.
Random roll. There's a water vein in your way.
Screw it.
So
We're
what are
going
you doing?
straight through it, just holding onto the reins.
Alright,
Okay.
you splash into the water. Horses aren't as fast in the water, especially against water-dwelling creatures like these Aquan wolves.
It's awful.
Mhm.
And they dive into the water after you, and they manage to catch up. So you are considered now in a chase sequence. So you have to do something to cause them to fall behind again, or you can try to fight them, or it's up to you.
I can ask them to make a DC 17 Wisdom save.
Yes, you
Cause
can.
fear.
Okay. So. Okay. So
Each
this.
creature will not affect me too.
Nope,
I'm
I
behind him
can
in
pick
most.
each creature.
It's a cone
That's it.
anyway.
Yeah.
A cone?
So he can. Yeah, it's a 30-foot cone.
Radius.
It says
On
cone.
myself.
It says each creature in a 30-foot cone.
And it doesn't say you can pick and choose. It just says each creature.
Hold on. Is that literally messed up in the spell?
Each creature in a 30-foot cone must succeed a wisdom saving throw or drop whatever it is holding and become frightened for the duration.
Okay, odd then. Okay, that's a mess up. Okay, then I'll use my. Okay, that's a mess up. Okay,
Well,
then I have another
technically,
one.
you can aim the cone wherever you want.
Yeah, then I will get
it
half
just has to be next to you. So,
Yeah, okay.
as long as it's
Then
adjacent to your square.
Yeah. And then I will do another one. That's all the same effect, but this time in a radius.
Okay. Wisdom saving throw. Okay.
Yep. Didn't expect that one. I thought it was like a radius, not a cone.
Well,
Let's go.
happens.
That's my bad. I need to update that then.
Now we can pick and choose. You couldn't do that with fear.
Yeah, with
Mhm.
fear you can't. Okay. So they do have.
Nope. Oh, one.
Alright. So most of them run, one continues. Unless Jack has something that he can pull out in the middle of the water.
Technically my gun.
Don't.
You
It
can
would
shoot it.
jam.
You can shoot it if you want.
Hmm.
Do it.
Actually, let me roll something.
Unless if you have another ability, you can use those, or you can do anything.
I shoot.
Oh,
Okay.
fuck.
Roll
One
the
of them.
hit.
Does that 18 hit?
Yes.
17 damage.
Alright. Yeah, it's still up, but it got hurt.
Shoot again.
Okay.
That definitely hits.
That definitely hits and kills it, I hope.
And this thing will. Oh, the thing bugged out. I have the fucking thing, so I can't click the thing. Yes. Let's reroll roll 20 because it doesn't like me.
I can click it for damage.
No.
You.
Oof.
Oh. You almost dealt max damage on that one.
Damn. That's not. It's 5. It's 6 damage for max.
Okay. Well, you have D12s, don't you?
Yeah,
Oh,
but I'm plus
yeah.
5
see,
for
but
dexterity.
I forgot that you had +5. That's my bad. Okay. But yeah, you rolled super high. Yeah, the creature is now considered bloodied.
Hmm.
And it gets hit by both bullets. Technically, you did have a lowered range, but the range difference wouldn't have made a difference, so I didn't.
I'm sharpshooter.
Yeah,
So
I'm just saying that the range difference wouldn't have made a difference anyway, so
Yeah.
I didn't factor it in. So, because he's underwater. But anyway, all ranged weapons are sucky underwater unless if you have a special one. So
it's a magic one.
yeah. Well, it has to be a particular type of magic. But anyway, yeah, like merfolk have ranged weapons that are magical for underwater. But anyway, so you hit the creature, and it doesn't seem to have liked what you did to it very much, and it swims away with the rest of them.
that's good.
And you emerge from the water on the other side, and you continue following the trail, and
In a dash, we're not slowing down. Slowing down, sorry about that.
and since you guys didn't slow down, you managed to catch up to them. So they're sort of just now, they're continuing going. It seems like they're not stopping for any reason.
Yes,
And
so right by the side.
alright, you see a purple dragonborn sitting on the in front of the range. And you see one of the cloaked figures as well. They don't seem to be stopping.
So I asked them, so where are you going now?
To your destination.
Well, you could have come with us to the ship. I just had to ask the dwarf that was, well, commanding the ship now to see if he could get your card on the ship, and apparently he could.
No.
He's a gnome, not a dwarf.
No. Keep mixing them up.
I know Boris and he's similar, but they're not that similar.
Anyway.
Okay. So he goes, fine. They turn around. And they go back into one of the water veins, and as you see them enter one of the water veins, their horses turn, instead of having legs, they have fins, and they just sort of swim over the top of the water vein, and then their legs fold back out, and then they keep running.
Mecha horse.
Andy.
Oh yeah, Jack is super interested in that. He sees tech. Oh, it's tech.
Yep.
Oh, tech.
Ooh, I forgot everything now.
So, they're gone for about a day. So, Explo.
Explo. Pre-ban.
I want your full damn title.
What?
You want your full damn title to get communication with you?
What, you have sending?
No, I don't. I have one spell, and that's like a long rest.
We're trying to communicate that your turn is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and since it's his turn, I'll be switching machines, so...
Okay, what's happening? I'm gonna get disconnected pretty soon.
Oh.
Yay.
I'll be quick then.
That's fine, it'll get back. Just Discord doesn't like you.
I'm back, I think. Yeah.
You never disappeared.
Back. I never did?
Nope.
Cool.
Only Geo did.
So, what are you doing? Those two are gone for a day. And Howler doesn't return within that day.
Well, there's nothing to do, is there, actually?
Come up with something? Well, you have your damn fishes on the shore.
Yeah, but they're drying.
That's true.
So what do you want to do?
What I can do is to try and get another electric eel to double the power.
You can try.
I can.
Even
But weren't there,
though
like,
I'll let you know as a player, the only reason you found one is because you got rolled really high on something.
They're disconnected.
Am I disconnected?
No, you're fine.
Hello. Now I got disconnected.
Yeah, now you got disconnected.
You will let me know as a player that they are extremely rare?
Yes.
Okay, so I did make it the right choice. Oh, I did know what you were gonna say. I got disconnected
Yeah,
before
your
you
character
managed to say that.
also knows that they are rare when you identified it.
Yeah, you rolled pretty well on the check.
Would I know how intelligent they are?
Yeah, you got that they're slightly more intelligent than animals like dogs or pigs.
Okay, coolsies.
They can consider the ramifications of actions and consequences and things of that nature.
So like 8.
Pretty close.
In that case, I'm gonna try and train it to know when to bite onto the accelerator thingamajig that I made.
Alright, that is an animal handling. It's still an animal, regardless of its intelligence.
Use your high wisdom and do it.
I have a +4.
An animal handling?
So, yeah. So, I'm basically just gonna try and teach it the concept that if it does what I want it to do, it will get food, basically. So, that is how you train normal fish. And yes, that is a thing that you can do.
Yep. But some fish are too stupid, but other fish are smart enough to do it.
Yeah, but goldfish is actually able to. You're actually able to train goldfish to do shit.
Not much, but
No,
something.
not much, but still.
Either way, yeah, it seems to understand the concept, but it seems like this eel, even though it is an eel, it does seem to have slightly more complex facial muscles, and it seems like it seems perturbed every time you try to ask it to do something. It seems like, oh, come on, kind of face, and then it'll when you feed it, then it goes back to a more neutral type of expression.
Don't worry, if you do a good job, you will be free when we get home.
It seems to slightly understand what you just said. Like its
Awesome.
facial expression slightly changes.
Well, maybe. For all we know, we fall in love on the trip, and I kind of start laughing while I'm keep building the automatic feeding machine.
It just looks at you with the blankest of expressions.
You trying to get me, boy?
I'm trying to get some with an electric eel.
I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but
I don't know what Explo is into.
consent might be an issue with a creature that cannot communicate very well. So, just saying.
I also want to kind of study it to see if I'm able to harness or to find a way to basically make electricity so I can weaponize electricity in the future in any kind of way.
You know that it's producing its electricity through, rather than purely biological means like some creatures can. It does have a slight magical connection to how it produces electricity of the sheer amount that it does. So yes, the electricity is slightly arcane in nature. So
Okay, cool.
you could like harness it like you could any other arcane energy. If you wish to do that.
I've already kind of done that.
Yes, but I mean in like a weaponized way, is what I mean. So, like,
Yeah.
you could build a thing that discharges electrical energy whenever you want, that sort of thing. But
I'll
that
put it
would,
on the blueprint script.
yeah, I was gonna say, it's gonna take you time to build that. Which, if you want to use your time to build other things, then, or fix other things, or work on other things, then you will have to do that instead. So it's up to you what you want to
So
spend your time on.
yeah, but at least I'm gonna make like a blueprint note, like a really fast one. Just splatter it on there. Like when I get a new idea, I kind of just draw something really crude and kind of what I want it to do and how I'm gonna make it do it, like really crudely.
Yeah.
So I'm basically want to mix the powers of alchemy and this thing. So by alchemy, I want to make something that can produce large amount of oxygen that it will spew out at the end, and it will mix with the arcane and electrical energy to make basically a blowtorch that can hopefully cut through thick metals.
Okay, you can attempt to do something like that.
Well, in that case, it would probably, from alchemy standpoint, both large amounts of oxygen and hydrogen, I think that will be.
So
Yeah.
your initial ideas is basically like you put a Tesla coil on the front of the tank and hope that it discharges the energy in such a way that it heats up enough that it can do what you want it to do. But for now, it's just a rough thing that you
Yeah.
have no idea how you would build it in the first place at the moment.
Well, I'm definitely going to build it so that I don't need the eel anymore.
You can try to build it using another source, but for now, it's just like an eel tank and a Tesla coil.
It
Perfect.
works.
Yeah, and if you touch the Tesla coil, you'll get a zap.
That's true.
It's kind of cool.
So, what do you want to spend your day doing other than that?
Tend to my dried fish.
Yeah, they're not like.
And keep on working on my big minigun.
Mm-hmm. They're not.
No, actually, just taking a vacation day, basically, almost. I'm looking at this as vacation, getting high,
Okay,
tending to my dried fish, working on the gun, just doodling, maybe invent some new shit.
Okay. So, you know that your fish are.
But before I do all that, I will make a perimeter around the boat with a bunch of mines.
Okay, that happens. Nothing appears to be disturbing the boat. However, your fish aren't 100% ready yet. It seems as though the fish that naturally grow in this area are slightly more...
moist?
Yeah. So, it's taken a little while, but it'll happen eventually. You're sure of that. But either way, so that happens. And I'll give you, since you're just sort of lounging while you're working on certain things, I'll give you an extra 7 hours on your gun.
Down to 59. We're getting closer.
Alright, they arrive back.
Mm-hmm.
But you're already back?
Yeah, so they're back.
Took a day.
They took a day.
Oh, did you actually manage to catch up to the crate or the caravan or whatever?
Yep.
Did they return with you?
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So you can attempt to communicate with those people if you wish.
Well, I will go over and ask if I might get a look inside because it looks very dubious and interesting.
One of them is going to stop you for a moment, and he is going.
I'm not gonna just barge in. I'm gonna ask any of the rope people or the draconic dude if they would allow me to peek inside.
Well,
because the contraption
how
seems
about
interesting.
I phrase it like this then? They look at you, and they are, before they allow entry, they are going to examine you.
Damn, son.
Okay.
Damn.
So, one of them says, "You will not be able to build this."
Ooh.
That was not my idea.
Fine, you can enter if you wish.
Coolsies, I will enter.
Alright, you enter, and it's kind of like those tents in Harry Potter. You enter inside, and it's slightly bigger inside, and it mostly just has a couple of benches inside that you can sit on.
That's it?
Pretty much, yeah.
I was expecting like the TARDIS, like he told me, like a bunch of doorways into an infinite amount of hallways and maybe a pool and a library, you know?
No, unfortunately, this is more functional rather than style points. And it's just a caravan on the inside. So there's like benches and stuff for you to sit down on. There are places where you can like lay down if you want to like rest by laying down. But otherwise it's pretty much just the inside of a caravan thing.
So I walk out, I'll just say impressive. It's like a bigger but a little bit smaller version of a bag of holding.
Pretty much. Yeah, and there are some things that they have stored in there, like boxes, but it's not like, ooh, a box that's shiny. They're just crates. Yeah, they're just crates with stuff. You didn't examine them closely, but if you want to, you can.
Nah.
But they didn't look like from a distance that they had anything interesting in them.
What about the horses?
Oh, the horses look like your mechanical bear, except they are horses instead. They do have some weird components, if I can describe it that way. They don't have the same interior components. They sound a little more hollow. When you knock on them, that sort of thing.
So they're not mechanical, they're magical.
I'll get you to make an Arcana. Yeah, there you go. That's exactly what I was going to tell you to do. They do have more magical components than mechanical components. That's for
Yes, it's
sure.
basically steel horses put together by magic instead of doodads and cogs and wheels and screws and shit. Bolts.
Yes, and they also have magical arcane inscription on them that allows them to change their mode of transportation. Such as, like, if they encounter water, they can change their limbs into things more appropriate.
I just look up at the draconic guy and ask him, can you make these fly? Grow wings?
He says, I don't know what they can do.
What?
He says, I don't know what they can do.
I turn my head to one of the obviously smarter people and ask them the same question.
They go, if it is necessary, such as if we are in danger.
And how long will they be able to obtain flight?
He goes on to describe something similar to how pterosaurs flew.
Okay.
Which is basically they just glided a little ways and then landed on the ground. So in other words, they can't like flap their weird appendages and fly away.
Yeah, they can glide. If
Yeah.
they like drop off a cliff, they can transform and glide.
Yeah.
Still pretty cool though. Maybe that'll be the next mechanical creature I make. Something that can fly. That would be amazing.
One of the robed creatures, or people, walks over to you and he says,
I see you are interested.
Always interested in expanding my field of view, or stuff that I can put into my own stuff to make my own stuff more cool or useful.
We are willing to sell.
Did he say he's not willing to sell or willing to sell?
he is willing to sell.
The cart?
No, not the cart. We're willing to sell various things. Depends on what you're looking for. That depends on what the price will be.
Big ass explosions.
How big? And do you want to be able to control them?
Well, I don't have to control them.
Depending on your answer, if yes or no, depends on how much the price will be.
So you can sell me bombs? Is that what you're saying?
He looks at you slightly confused.
We're talking
Stuff like
about-
this.
You were talking about explosions, not bombs. Bombs are a different price.
It
So
seems like
you're-
he was willing to sell you explosions.
Actual
So-
explosions.
To sell me an explosion. How can he
Yes.
sell me a explosion? So what's to do that here? I pay you a chunk of money and you sell me an explosion. So you just blow me up, or do you blow something up for me, or what's the deal here?
That's why I asked if you wish to control it.
Still not getting the metaphor here.
So basically, if you don't want to be able to control it, he'll just blow up whatever.
Okay.
But if you want to be able to control when it happens, then he'll sell you something else that allows for that.
That totally
Hell yeah, give me some of that shit.
So what do you want specifically? Do you want to be able to control it?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see. I'm not going to be able to get it in that book.
As powerful and destructive as humanly possible within the walls of this game.
That's gonna be big.
Okay, so do you tell him that you want as big and as powerful as he has access to?
Well,
that
if
what
he
you
can
asked
get me
him
something
for?
that he doesn't have access to that is more powerful, then I will ask him to get that.
Well, what limit are you asking him?
Nuke!
Because he has limits. But also his limits also depend on what you're willing to pay.
Well, I have a shit ton of money. Problem is that Howler has most of it in his stupid fucking cabin. And
He's
he's off AWOL in the woods.
but he's also willing to take unconventional currencies.
Or like a... I'm not giving this dude a hand job. That's not happening.
In other words, things that you might consider evil creatures to wheel and deal in, such as souls.
Slaves, you name it.
Last time I checked, I don't have any souls on me.
You have yours.
You have one.
I have one. Oh, are these devils?
They're willing to take yours if that's what you want to pay.
Are they devils, or can they just summon a devil to take the soul?
You haven't done a check to see if I can identify what they are.
I'm gonna do that check right away.
Okay,
You want a nature?
If you want to identify whether or not they're devils, specifically, that's religion. If you want to identify to see if they're a natural creature, you can roll nature. It depends on what type of creature you think they are, and what answer you want me to give based on it.
What if I roll them both?
If you roll, you can only roll one at a time. I'll give you an answer once you've rolled one, and then if you want to
I think
roll
I'm
a
gonna
different
go
one.
nature first because
Okay.
I've seen a devil.
Wisely.
I have seen devils before.
Okay.
So if I can't just see that they're devils, then guessing there's something else.
Devils can take many forms.
Oh,
And you're not 100% sure, but anything that's willing to take things like souls, like they're even willing to deal in like, oh, do you own a person? We will take that person and consider that as part of your price. So they're willing to take anything. So their morals are not on the
Can I make a religion check on them?
They're not.
so
on
they're kind of just like me then.
Yeah, perhaps they're not on the purely good, but it also seems like they're willing to take money as long as you have a sufficient amount for what you want to purchase.
Can I make a religion check on them?
Sure, you can do that.
Kind of like me. I quote unquote have a pocket of 90 souls, quote unquote.
Okay.
Quote
Yeah,
unquote. We have more than quote unquote.
Yeah, they're not any specific type of devil you've looked up, but devils can take many forms, as I said before. So you get a similar answer to what I gave him.
And that was the answer for my nature check?
Yeah.
No, that's for my religion.
Yeah, he rolled a religion and you rolled a nature. And based on the amounts that you got similar answers.
Yeah.
Well, I can just cast Identify.
Actually,
that would
if you
probably
cast,
anger the guy.
If you cast Identify on him, all that will happen is if he's not an object, you will see any magical effects he has on him.
Oh.
Just a question for Geo. Do you obviously look like a paladin?
I'm in heavy armor, with very big weapons.
And
He probably has an emblem or two on his
Yes, he has an emblem
gear.
that is very obvious when he casts magic. Which is the 7-winged dragon. Which is Seth. Your character would know what that is.
But I'm helping people and all that.
Seth isn't exactly evil, but neither is he exactly good. Same with the God of Light, which is Senna. She is not exactly good nor exactly evil. So, anyone can worship them for any reason, as long as the reason is open between them and the god.
Can I ask Sarskan in Draconic if he has ability to sense which creatures they are?
I can, but for what reason? Again, if they're coming back.
I got a bad vibe from them.
Well, I have been living amongst all the other townspeople, and they haven't gotten slaughtered during the night yet, so I say we're kind of safe.
Do you understand Draconic?
No.
You don't
Yeah, you
understand
don't
a word
understand
you
what
said.
they're saying.
No. I do not understand.
Where are
Draconic.
you saying this, by the way?
A bit off from the cart.
Okay.
Yeah.
You hear
No.
one of them sort of talk in your direction in Draconic. We understand you.
See? I mean, they have a dragonborn with them as well, so
I don't
Kinda hard to
know this
hide.
place.
Look, if you want
I
to
just- I
sense
just-
what
I
we
just-
are, go ahead.
I can do it. If you can do me, but I will see it as a favor you owe me.
I mean, sure.
I mean, they've heard
Okay.
what you said so far, and they're not running to hide, and they even said, come on, go ahead.
Yeah, so
So either you
Divine
can
said-
sense now, or
Alright, so it tells you the type.
He asked if he wanted to see if I could see fiends or whatever.
Does it say direction?
no, just a
That's
6 foot radius.
important.
It's a 60-foot
that
radius.
just means that you sense something within range.
Yeah, but it's
So that
60
means you
feet.
get
it's not-
you get a switch, yes or no, for each thing that you're able to sense. That's all it is.
So
And
what I
you
can
have a
says
switch. You have a switch on for fiend within range.
is. Oh wait, I didn't look to Lucius. There we go.
He's not within range at the moment
Oh,
because it's
okay.
30 feet, right?
60.
60.
Yeah, I'll say that he's out of range because you're purposely trying to sense them.
Okay. Let's see. Until you know the location of any selection, but know the location where they are.
Yeah.
So
You're
where
trying-
is this?
Being an...
Does it say that?
Mhm.
And that's why I was asking if it gave you direction, because that's what
Yeah.
location means. If you know the location, then yes, each one of them is flipped switch for fiend.
I just said. Just tell him, fiend, 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 fiend. There you go.
Well, I guess as long as they don't kill us, I guess it's fine.
The fuck is a fiend?
Devil, demon.
Yeah, it
either of
means-
those two.
Evil creature of other planar origin for in-world sense.
Devil, demon.
I don't know that. I just got like
Coolsies.
it's either fiend or celestial or fey, not what specific fiend it is.
Yeah, you don't know what kind. It's just it's basically like a class of creature, like humanoid.
It's
Yeah.
many fiends.
Well, there are actually two types of fiends, and that's it.
Yeah, but it, like...
As per
you
the
have
game.
fiends, you have, like,
As per
no
like the base
devils.
rules, as per the base
Mhm.
rules, yes. There's only two. But
Yeah,
that's
so I
not
tell him-
how it is in this world. Fiends
So-
can technically just be really evil creatures.
So I just ask him. So it's up to you if you want to take the gamble. I mean, devils usually make contracts, and demons, well, they make contracts, but they don't, well, pay up their side at times.
Demons usually have to be bound.
That as well.
Devils are the dealers.
Yeah,
devils are more like.
devils honor their deals,
Mhm.
whereas demons usually you have to bind them to get them to do something for you.
Mhm.
So in other words, you have to force them. But
Cool.
you guys,
Where's my explosion?
your group knows of a demon that is willing to help you for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, so you're asking for an explosion, and again, I ask you specifically what type of explosion.
A huge one.
So in comparison, 9th level fireball.
Even bigger if that's possible.
Ninth
Okay,
level
so you're
delayed
like
fireball.
the biggest thing you have in your arsenal is what you're asking for.
Yeah.
And he looks at you and says, "How much do you have?"
Shit ton of platinum.
Do you give him a specific number? Or do you let
No, I
him
just
look
say
at
shit
your
ton.
total money?
No,
I
just
don't
a-
remember my total money because half of it is gone in his cabin. Or
And
more
And
than
the rest
that.
of it is in the city.
How much are you willing to pay?
I want to know what I'm paying for before I say how much I'm willing to pay.
After how much you pay, that's what you get.
He's willing to give you what you requested. An explosion that is as big as possible that he can get access to. That you can control when it happens.
Okay, Pre-bet, you need to play it like this. If I say 100 platinum, how big would that explosion be?
Yeah, you can ask him questions like that if you want.
I do that.
Okay. He says, "I can give you this." And he reaches under his cloak and he reveals that he has a 9th level fireball scroll.
Okay, and then from there you can go up if you want to have better. Like, okay, what if I do that by 10? How high are we going to speak then?
So what about 200 platinum? What can I get for that?
There you go.
And then he just puts up 2 scrolls.
He reaches under his cloak and he says, "Do you want 2 or 1 thing?"
I think he said the biggest explosion he could get, so
Okay,
I think
singular?
one thing.
So then he reaches under and he shows you a spell scroll that has a title for the spell that you've never seen before. It's 9th level.
Can I do an arcana on it? Or have I no
you
idea?
can.
He allows you to check it.
These guys are merchants, and it seems like they allow you to inspect their merchandise before purchase. They want you to be sure. Yeah, it's definitely magical, and it's definitely a thing that would work, but the title of the spell is Fireball LRG in brackets.
LRG.
Large.
Minus the E.
Yeah. An A.
Yeah.
Okay, let's make it interesting. What about 500?
He reaches under his cloak and puts the other one back, and he reaches out again, and it just says "Big Boom" on the scroll.
What about 1,000?
Can you have 9th levels fully charged delayed blast fireball? Is that really big?
He puts back under his cloak that other one. He reaches out with another one. This one says "Even Bigger Boom." 9th level spell.
I got one for you. He reaches under his cloak when he says 2 million and he pulls out a thermonuclear device.
Yeah, that is what I'm basically waiting for. For him to reach into his cloak and drag out Putin or something. So he can build me a nuke.
Hiroshima boom.
But how
Bomba.
much are you willing to offer him?
Well, I know I have 3,000, so I say, what about 3,000 platinum? What can you give him for that?
He reaches under his cloak and he takes out another spell scroll. 9th level spell called Don't Even Try.
Now you're talking!
The spell description says that it will incinerate anything within 1 mile of the center of the. You
That's
dictate where the explosion center is, and you can time it for when you want it to blow up. But once you say how long you want it to take before it blows up, you can't change it. But you can tell it where it's supposed to go, and it incinerates everything within a mile.
Oof.
Awesome.
You literally have an area of effect is disintegration spell.
You literally are gonna spend 30 grand for a kaboom.
I said 3.
That's 30,000 gold.
Yeah, and that's not even all that I have.
Willing
Let's
to
see
give that
now.
to you.
Oh, I still have a bunch of raw jewels. I have no idea what that is worth, and I have.
But the spell also says that if you don't put a timer on it, it instantly happens. So, and you have to. The range on it is only 100 feet.
Oh,
So
that kind of sucks.
no, the range that you can cast it at is 100 feet.
Yeah,
It reaches a mile.
It's a mile radius, but it is.
Yeah.
And you can choose how long
I
it
know.
waits, but once you
And it's
choose
like
how
in-
long it waits, then you can't
It's not
change
just a straight line. It's a like
Yes.
It's
Yes.
a nuke.
AoE.
It's a
it
nuke.
isn't.
So 100 feet is 1/10 of the distance you need to walk to be in safe distance.
I know, which is why it kind of sucks because I
take
can't
you-
kind of throw it and make it instantaneously. I have to time that the
Yeah,
big bad is going to be in it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't just say, "Oh, there," and then he's there, and then it blows up. Like, you can't
Ba-boom.
point a mile away. It doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe if I buy it and I examine it and I start mass producing it, I can basically make a very powerful minefield.
Sure, but you have to put a timer on it. So it will blow up when that happens, and it won't blow up before.
What if I tweak it?
And it can
Figure
be
out how to make
it can
it-
be dispelled with a dispel magic of an appropriate strength. So
Oh.
if a guy sees that you're casting the thing there, and then he goes, "Oh, I don't want that to happen," then he can stop you. Potentially.
Okay. Well, I tell him I am definitely very interested. Problem is that I have to wait for my companion to get back because he has the rest of my money.
He puts it back under. He's just about to put it back under his cloak, and he says, "Do you have anything else to offer?"
Well, I have some jewels.
Jewels
And
and
a-
currency as well as money.
Yeah, only 100 of them though. A raw.
He looks at one of them as you look at it, and he goes, "If you're willing to give, perhaps we can make a deal."
So 100 raw jewels for the spell?
Well, it depends on how much they're worth. Have you appraised
know.
them?
No, I have not.
Exactly. So you don't know how much they're worth. He doesn't know how much they're worth either. He just sees that you're holding a jewel in your hand. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Oh, how do I know how much they're worth?
Usually you
Jeweler's
take them.
kit.
Yeah, you can take if you're proficient in jeweler's kit, you can identify them yourself. However, otherwise you would have to take them to like a jeweler. Someone who knows how much these things are worth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I don't have proficiency in Joel's kit. And I have no idea if the last jeweler in this world has died, so no.
You don't know off the top of your head any jewelers, but you could look for one. And this merchant guy might be able to appraise them for you, but you have a feeling that anything that you want him to do, he's gonna ask a price. So then you're gonna have to spend money to find out.
Yeah.
If you ask this guy.
Oh, tell him I'll keep it in mind for later.
He puts it back under his cloak.
It will be ready for you, when and if you wish to have it.
Awesome possum.
And he starts looking at you two, who are sort of standing close by. And you have a feeling that his offer is extended to you if you wish to buy anything.
So I ask him, how about a trade?
Depends on what you have to offer and what you're looking for.
My soul.
No.
Why not?
Information for information. The oldest kind of trade, I say.
Depends on what information you're looking for. The hardest part of information trade is determining the value of that information. I know my values for my information. However,
That's
do
why-
you have a handle on what the value is for you?
Well, I don't know what kind of information you currently
Well,
possess.
What the next Marvel movie's gonna be about? What do you know?
I have
Do
all
we
the
have a
Infinity Stones.
Do we have a deal?
I can just snap and erase you.
I have all the Infinity Stones. I can know whatever it is you want to know.
If you had all the Infinity Stones, you could make your own reality.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyways,
But
well, I won't want to be unfair, so what would the price be to know where a certain sword would be? The sword you know about it, I told you about, that you said a boss creature would have.
Or has it, Ron?
so you want a
Yes.
sword?
Yeah, that
You
sword.
want to know the location of the sword.
Who has it, where it is, and yes.
Okay, he says.
Why not just buy the sword from me?
I see that as too much of an easy way out.
What?
Depends on what sword you're looking for, whether it's an easy way out or not.
Well, I like to work for my stuff.
Perhaps that's what you could give in trade.
Well, is that the same thing? Yeah, I just look over at the other dragon. Is that the same thing he is currently offering?
Well, he wished money in exchange for his service. He is still contributing his service to me.
So, getting more money, I assume, then.
Well, if he wants more money, I will ask him for more services. Or
Of course.
whatever he's willing to give me in exchange for that money.
Well,
Though he seems to be willing to give his service.
what would you be asking for me for this information?
Depends on the sword.
Well, you ask for my service, not my soul.
No, he's saying it depends on the sword that you're looking for. What
I
the
did-
task would be that he would ask of you.
Well, I do tell him of the sword that I, have read about.
Okay, so it's the thing that you told me about earlier?
Yes.
Okay. He goes,
Do you want me to procure it, or do you just want me to tell you where to go? Two different prices for two different things.
Well, I would rather be working for it than just easily just having it handed to me.
Well, I could produce a sword with a similar or exact enchantment.
No, that's too easy. I like to work for myself, so where could I find it?
That depends on what you're willing to offer.
Well, what would the service be that I need to offer?
So you wish to offer a service.
Yes, because I doubt the information I possess would be reaching anywhere close to the value of that information.
Well, if you're offering information, I can tell you the type of information I would be willing to exchange this for.
Well, do say, and I will see what I might know.
For this information, I need to know simply this. Where do you think your soul will go when it dies?
Me? Well, that's...
He's asking a very specific question, by the way. He's
Mhm.
asking about where your soul goes when it dies.
When it dies, well...
Not you,
Mhm.
your soul.
Yeah, so I say, well, most say that after your soul dies, it stops existing.
But
But
what
I
do you
think... But I think it doesn't. It either becomes, well, more useful for others, like magic or some kind of other resource they can use.
Not sure how correct that is.
He
Yeah,
reaches under his cloak and gives you a scroll.
I just, I slowly reach for the scroll, and you're sure that this is the info you wanted from me?
That is more than sufficient.
And
I
you
just,
look at the scroll.
Mhm.
It appears to be locked in a treasure trove on.
Mhm.
Let me see here. I need to pull up the map. So give me
Yeah,
a second.
I'll do the same so I know where the hell I need to be looking
No.
and not be a blind wombat. Let's see if I didn't download it for the billionth time this year.
Well, if you can't find it on your computer, it is in the Facebook chat.
I know.
At least it should be.
I'm just checking that I don't download it for the billionth time this year.
Yeah, but you can just like look at it on your web browser if you don't want to download it specifically, which is what I'm currently doing because it's not on this PC.
Ah, here we go. Now I can zoom into it.
Okay.
Perfect.
It's in a treasure trove
Hmm.
on the Blazing Mound. Within the Blazing Mound volcano, which is what the Blazing Mound is. There are, slight rumors that there are fire giants that like to live there. So, this particular treasure trove, according to the scroll, is guarded by one of their kingdoms that exists there.
Any date on the scroll that says that it is, or is this
That's
current
where it is
accurate?
currently when you asked him.
Okay.
That's the most current information when he pulled it out of his cloak.
So I take a bow to him and just tell him, do you want this call back, or can I keep
You
it?
paid. Why would you give your merchandise back?
Well, I acquired knowledge from the scroll, so perhaps you could use the
can
scroll
do
in
with
any
what-
other ways.
You can do with what you will with what you purchased.
I nod and just throw it away.
So in other words, you can tell whoever you want. You've purchased the information. You can do with it what you want. He doesn't care.
I stow it away and take my leave and thank him for his info.
Alright. Is there anything else you wish to purchase from him?
Nope, that's about it.
Alright. He looks over at Jack. The
Thanks, but no thanks.
empty-faced cloak just sort of glancing in your direction.
Come on, take a bite from the apple. Just taste how good it feels.
Yeah, but I don't know what I want. That's the thing. And I'm broke.
Well, you
I
do
literally-
have things with which you can barter, but
Yeah, you.
I ain't
you
gonna
can,
give him a bloody gun.
you have
If you- if-
armor, you have skin, you
Information.
have hair, you have bones. You just need to get creative, man.
Yeah, like with me, I literally traded information for different information.
hmm You have a feeling, though, the reason he asked you that question may be more devious than you think, but if it doesn't bother you, then it doesn't bother you. But
He asked me what I think it will
Yep.
become, not if I completely know for sure.
exactly. But perhaps he just wants your mind to start thinking, what does happen? Maybe he just wants to bother you. You don't know why he asked you.
Oh, he already thought long and hard of it, and that seemed the most logical thing to him.
Okay,
To be useful for more powerful beings.
okay. That's all he wanted. But either way, so Jack, anything you wish to purchase?
Nothing comes to mind. Most of the shit I want, I can make myself.
It's true.
Yes, but this guy can literally just say, well, why wait, and literally pull it out from under his cloak.
You do feel that he is actively trying to tempt you by staring at you, but if you give in, it doesn't matter.
Just take a bite from the apple. Just make sure not to bite too deep and choke in it.
So, do you just sort of like wave him away, or what do you do? Because he's
Yeah.
waiting for a response.
I kind of just wave him away.
Okay. He sort of relatively respectfully bows towards you. If you ever need anything, you'll know where to find us. And he just sort of enigmatically just walks away while looking at you for a moment, and then his glance moves to someone else. Although, Zaraskan, you have a feeling that he's been trying to barter with people in your camp. Doesn't look like he's been successful yet. And by he, I mean the group, the entity known as the Merchant Caravan. So, each of them is like talking to different people at this point. Some of them are sitting in there. You're not sure why they rest, but they do from time to time. Perhaps just to make them look more natural, or perhaps because they actually need to rest. You don't know. They're very enigmatic, and you could have asked them what they were, but they would have asked for payment for that. But either way, they move on. They start doing other things. So their caravan is currently just sort of sitting on the ground next to your airship.
So I just look over to explode them. So this crane or device you're gonna use to get them on the ship. When will this be finished?
I thought I could just, use a spell.
You can, if you have an appropriate spell. Levitate?
Levitate.
Does that work
Levitate
on
is a-
objects?
Yeah.
It has a limit of 500 pounds.
Okay. It has a
Does?
limit of 500 pounds. Or where does it say
Mhm.
that? I don't see 500 in the description that he has, at least.
I have in mind if you want.
Roll up yours, if you wish.
Let me just click the correct button.
As long as it's the same spell.
Yeah, I just have the racial.
This does have a slightly different description.
Mine is racial.
Yep.
It's the same spell, but
The spell can
There
levitate
is this.
a target that weighs up to 500 pounds. An unwilling creature that succeeds on a Constitution save throw is unaffected.
Okay.
Oh, even
500
copy
pounds.
text.
Let me see. I'm gonna look up something on Google.
how heavy is the cart?
I'm gonna look up what 500 pounds is in kilos. Pounds is LBS, right?
LBS, yes.
That's actually not a lot. 226.
Ish.
So how many are Googling how heavy a normal horse cart usually was back in the good old days right now?
this
Not
is
me.
a caravan specifically.
I was looking at magic items I might want, but nothing seemed to catch my attention.
Let me see. I can actually look it up if I'm fast enough. A cart. Wow. A cart is 200 lb. Yes.
Plus 2 horses and a dragon ball.
Oh, the horses. You're not going to be able to get the horses on, but the cart you could put on.
Yes.
Yeah, but the
Because
horses
the
can probably
horse-
walk up themselves because my bear is able to, and
Fair enough.
he's
Fair enough.
bigger.
Yes, you can do that. Just for reference, apparently a horse, an average carriage horse, in other words, a horse that can pull a carriage, weighs about 2,000 pounds.
Yeah, but these are magical and hollow.
Yes,
What you
that's
just
true.
said.
That's
Wait,
also true.
wait. How the hell can a cart be lighter than a horse?
Because a cart is made out of wood.
Well, to
usually.
be fair, horses are pretty damn heavy.
That's
And
fair,
they're
yes.
big. They
Yeah,
have a lot of
horses-
bone and intestines
I was gonna say
Average
that.
in them.
Average weight of a horse
say,
is 300 kilos.
I was gonna
That's
say
very
that.
true, yes.
And that's a pony.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that the reason why horses have been bred the way they are is because they're muscular. So they're all muscle, which is pretty much the most dense material that is in biological creatures. Muscle. So it's pretty much the most dense.
Okay.
I think bones are slightly more.
Yeah, and if you were gonna say also the Dragonborn with it, a normal Dragonborn, an average Dragonborn, weighs about 250 pounds.
Yeah, but he can walk in himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the horses can too. If you wish to just detach the horses from the cart and let the merchants walk on by themselves and let the horses walk on by themselves and the Dragonborn
Well, I'm
walk
gonna
on by
say-
himself,
That's what we're gonna have to do.
then yes, it would be sufficient enough. It would have enough stuff taken off of it that you could raise the cart up and onto the deck of the ship.
Well, this is my plan to Saroscan. And I'm guessing I'm standing close enough for the demons to hear this, or the fiends, or whatever they were.
Fiends.
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 Yeah,
Devils.
they seem very gracious and willing to allow you to do this.
So, what are you gonna ask me?
He just told you what he was supposed to
However, Expo,
Okay.
one of them walks over to you and says, "For your service, what would you like in recompense?"
Don't be
Well,
too greedy now. Don't be too
One of
greedy.
those. That scroll you showed me earlier would be kind of awesome. Maybe a discount?
do. Which of them?
I showed you multiple scrolls.
Yeah, the good one, the best one. The most fun one.
I could give you a potential discount. Perhaps 10 platinum pieces.
Sounds fair
You
to me.
are casting just a spell and then
Yeah.
putting...
Which is why I say sounds fair to me.
Yeah. He goes,
So pay 2,909 instead.
Oh,
Yes,
I will
209.
I will share with my brothers that you have a current credit of 10 platinum pieces. So basically, you can ask any of them because it seems like they may even be a single entity. You're not sure, but they seem to be acting as if they are different entities. So this guy's going to share that information around, and that will happen.
Well,
I feel like I just won one of those coupons in, like, you know, when you were in, like, kid school and you did something very stupid or whatever, like won something
You get a free
like a
apple
science
at
fair or
lunchtime.
something, and you got a free iced coffee at a deli or something, like something really cheap.
Well, I was thinking younger than you were, apparently. Kids as young as I was thinking wouldn't drink iced tea, but... Anyway,
Well,
yes, I understand your
like
meaning.
one lollipop kind of stuff. One
Although
lollipop.
10 platinum is a lot. It is a huge amount.
To me, it's not.
Yeah, to you it's not, but...
I mean, the first session in this game, I already had like 10,000 of those.
Pretty much. Pretty close.
But then again, in Geo's game, I kind of already have 20,000 of them, and I was in game for 10 minutes.
yes. I was like, but fucking god.
That's
Either
why
way.
I rolled. That's because you rolled a fucking natural 20 stuff.
Yes.
Either way.
Yeah, with a
What
plus,
password
with a plus 10 on it.
Again,
And then he
either way.
found the crate as well.
Either way. So, you guys get the cart onto the thing. You can mark off the spell just in case it matters.
I tell him, are we really not gonna leave? Because I feel like we should leave right now. We're a big open target here.
Don't
The longer
worry,
we
I'll
stay-
just point to... You know what? I quite forgot where I put all of those mines. But don't worry, I've been walking up and down there all day, so we're not gonna blow up just walking here. But don't wander too far off from the boat. It will be fine.
Yes. Have you
You
thought
hear
of
a-
mining?
Oh, and if you
go.
step on something and you hear a click, don't move. Just yell for me. I'll come. Okay.
I tried to make a joke.
Yeah, go on.
Oh,
Go on.
I just said that you hear a squirrel go...
Well, that's one of them.
That's one mine.
Yeah. Did you also think of mining the air by any chance?
Well, if
Air
we're going up in the
mines?
air, we won't be safe anyways.
Air mines? What the fuck?
Yes.
I'm not
As
going to say
for-
it's impossible, but he can't currently create them.
Yes, I was being sarcastic.
Would need some kind of lifting device. He just mumbles to himself while he walks into his cabin.
No, wait. Okay, I'm gonna stop you before we can actually leave.
What?
Okay.
I was being sarcastic about that, because for a fact, I know that there are flying shadow creatures that can be spies and send out scouting parties later on.
Sure.
I asked Lucius how far away Halvor,
Does
which
he...
will impair sending him a message and getting a
sending
return.
him a message. Okay, if you just want him to send another message, easily done. If you want him to cast Locate Creature, I'm not sure if he has that spell.
Well, he's
So-
busy controlling a big ass army right now, so.
That's also true. But I just thought that you wanted to cast Locate Creature, but I don't know if he
I think he has it. I don't know.
But either way, if you just want him to send a message, he will do that. He says, Howler seems confused.
Did he just tell you I am confused, or
Oh,
did he just get a bunch
if
of
you want
gibberish
the
back?
specific wording, I mean, come on.
I didn't know you wanted specific wording, so I didn't remember. But he did say that the terrain keeps changing.
Terrain keeps changing.
Oh, fucking idiot.
Fucking idiot, he got himself in some kind of demi-plane.
You wouldn't be able to send a message to him if he was on a different plane.
Yes, he would.
He could.
Is
It's a
that part
5%
of the
chance it
sending
couldn't.
spell?
Yeah, it's a 5% chance it fails.
Yes.
A 5% chance, you say?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, 1d100.
95 or more, you're good.
Or if you want to make it interesting,
How
roll
about
1d20.
this?
I'll say
Roll
somewhere technically.
1d20.
I will say that when he casts the spell and he has to roll, his character would sense that something strange was happening, and something strange isn't happening.
Okay. He's hallucinating. He took some of his pipe weed as the
No,
gnome.
no, because I have all of it.
Are you sure
you guys talking
about that?
Yes, I have all the weed in my inventory and all the. What was the name of it again?
Hookah.
Not hookah.
Oh wait, he has hookah. So yes, he has pipe.
No, he doesn't have hookah. He has the stuff you can make heroin of.
He's talking. You two are talking about two different things.
Yes.
You mean like poppy seed?
Yeah,
Is that what he
not
has?
not the poppy seeds, but the. I can't remember the fucking thing. Opium.
Yes, opium.
Okay,
There you
this
go.
is opium.
Opium.
Yes.
The opium is in my cabin currently.
Opium is made from poppy seeds.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the boat. All the opium is on the boat.
The other fun thing is that he has hookah, also kind of drug.
Well, technically hookah is not the drug itself, it's the instrument that you use to smoke. It's more of a
Water pipe.
well, yeah. What I was trying to say is it's more popular in India and those types of places.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically some of them. The one that he has, it looks like a glass bowl, kind of, that is stylized to look very fancy, and it has multiple pipes that come from it that you can take off, and each person can smoke at it at a time. They have them. They have them today in India and other places that have a
Turkey.
similar style.
Wasn't it called a water pipe or something? I'm not quite sure.
No, it is
It's a
the old. Well, we know it as a water pipe, but the name for it is hookah.
Yeah.
I think.
If you look it up, I'll look it up for you.
If somebody's watching this and they are cringing because we're calling it a hookah, then too bad.
Ha ha ha. You're so funny.
Yeah, they have ones that look like basically bongs.
Mm-hmm.
But the one that I'm thinking of is different.
Ask Lucius if he has the spell locate creature or person or
Here it is.
whatever it's called.
This is similar to what I was thinking of. I'll send it to you guys. Whoops, I clicked the wrong thing.
Clicking wrong things.
It's similar, but not the exact same thing.
It is actually called hookah in English.
Yep. That's what it's
Hookah.
called. Let's see if it'll work this time. Okay, there we go. This is
There
a
we-
modern version of what I'm talking about.
You mean this?
That's similar, but that only has one spigot thing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like one of those big ones.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
that I just sent. See
Oh,
how it
God.
has more than one
Yes.
thing? That's
Okay, let's Let's step on to the next subject before we get demonetized even worse than demonetization.
Oh, talking about paraphernalia, I don't think that even gets you demonetized anyway.
Oh no.
Well, we're demonetized already anyway, so it's
Yeah.
fine.
We're swearing like drunk
Well,
sailors.
either way, I don't have it monetized currently, so I couldn't make any money anyway. So,
So it's a win-win.
yeah. I
Well, we
think
could
you have to
try
have
and
so
get it
many.
monetized. Get a sponsor or two.
I think you have to have so many subscribers in order to even try. But anyway,
And before we start, here's a word from our sponsor: $1 shave, or
Hell
NordVPN, or
Raid-
Honey, or
Raid Shadow
whatever.
Legends.
Yeah, Shadow Legends.
Especially Raid Shadow Legends.
Anyway, let's focus back on the game.
Yes. So
Thus,
What do you guys
Lucius
do?
has find creature or locate creature. The spell.
you guys can
I
look
cannot
at his
access
sheet.
the
I'm
sheet,
pretty
so
sure.
somebody has to do that.
You don't
I
have
cannot
access
look.
to his sheet, Creepy?
Nope. I have access to my own.
Can't even see sheet.
Wait, if you can see the sheet, you have access to it?
No, I can't even see it. So
I thought the way I've been checking if I have access to stuff is basically to see what names I can put on.
like in my campaign, I can make all of you to see all the sheets, but I can't. I can make all of you not edit it. It's a
I
separate
would have
thing.
to go through each of them and
Yeah,
click
because I could edit
allow
like
all
every sheet
players
in your
to see.
campaign, Olaf.
But
What? Oh, fucking change that.
But
I don't know if you did, but last time we checked, I could.
Geo can if he wishes.
Do what?
Open up Lucius' sheet to see if he has locate creature.
Oh gosh, let me see. Timothy.
And we should really try and figure out how to make that guy an NPC.
Lucius?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have plans for it, but you're not getting to the point where I had planned for that transition to happen.
You want locate creature? Right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Slowly raise his hand. I have it.
Zero's gone?
Yes.
You have locate creature.
Is that
Yes.
a fourth level?
No.
Or is it second level?
Yes. I think. Let me see.
Well, in that case, locate the fucking idiot. Let's get everybody on the boat and let's go
No,
get him.
That's my bad. Fourth level. I thought it was a lower one. But I can locate an object he has. And no, Lucius doesn't have locate creature.
There's locate creature and there's locate object. They're two different things.
You said you could locate object, right?
Yes.
Coolsies. Then just locate one of those special swords he has.
Okay, what's the name of it?
I don't remember.
Special
Your ca-
sword.
Your character would remember. He has two weapons. So if you're talking about the sword,
Yeah, the
Then-
swords. The
Loyalty and betrayal.
loyalty and betrayal.
yes, betrayal is a knife, to be specific. A dagger.
Okay.
Whereas the sword is a rapier.
So,
Okay.
since, well, the one thing that really wanted to take me over and really seemed to like me, I'm gonna try and find betrayal.
Yeah,
Let's
you
say.
you would know that because you had it in your hand and it tried to take over your mind. So you would remember that
Mm-hmm.
for sure. So
So
you
I'm
can,
going for betrayal.
Okay.
I've also held it in my hand. It was not a
Does-
pleasant experience.
Does locate object have a range? Like a maximum range?
Things are mine.
1 mile.
Okay.
Is it bigger?
Nope.
No, it's supposed
Oh,
to be for
um,
if you're nearby an object, like if a thief stole your thing and he's in the same city as you, then you can try to trace him. That sort of thing. That's what it's for.
Well, I know one thing we can try. We can try and cast it through the orb.
Okay, I can try.
Well,
That
yeah, clear
can,
induster.
that can have a different
Yes.
effect.
But here it's just known as the orb.
Boring.
Okay, but I do need a little bit of more time since, well, I never worked with this orb of yours.
Just put your hand on it and cast a spell.
Okay, it will take
Hold
me
on.
long, as I need to ritual cast it.
Yeah, well,
Can paladins even ritual cast?
Yes, I think.
I think they're one of the... No, wait. Half magic casters usually can.
Oh, great, then I actually couldn't cast those spells because I didn't have them prepared.
But
well, let's take a
I
short
will
rest
let
and
you
then
know.
prepare it.
I will let
No,
you know.
I need the long rest.
I will let you know
Yeah,
that I've
yes.
considered just scrapping the ritual rules, and if you have a spell that can be ritually cast, you can cast it.
Well, that's up to you.
Okay, that's
So-
nice.
I'll let you do that.
Okay,
Ritual casting.
let's take the time for it.
Because technically you would need a feat to do that.
Yeah. You need
But-
ritual caster paladin or something.
Mm-hmm.
There's a feat called ritual caster.
Mm-hmm. And there's different types of classes.
Yeah, because I found that out not all that long ago, maybe half a year ago. I found that out. That technically you have to ritual cast. Only certain classes say that they can ritual cast. It's an
Mhm.
ability that they have as part of their class. But anyway, either way, so you ritual cast it, and as you're ritual casting it, Zeriscon,
Mm-hmm.
you see the orb flashing rhythmically, and I'll need you to make. I think it's just intelligence. Yeah, just intelligence.
Just straight intelligence.
Yep.
The
Damn it.
genius paladin.
Oh boy, -1. Here we come again.
I'm guessing I can't help him.
Fly
No,
Six
but
feet.
you don't know.
Actually.
You don't know what he was doing, so you could not have helped.
16. That's not bad.
So here's what happens. You recognize that the orb is trying to communicate with you
Mm-hmm.
in Morse code, so you understand what it's trying to say.
So what does it say to me?
It's attempting to ask you what
Steal
you're
your
doing.
mind.
I just tell it, trying to find Howler, as they call him.
Or his sword, technically.
Yeah, you're
But-
attempting to
yeah.
find the sword, but you can say
yeah.
phrase it however you want.
Yeah.
So
I'm trying to find Howler by trying to find a weapon he has on him.
it says, perhaps you could have asked me for aid.
Well, I didn't know you were a being. The person that, said I could use
it
you.
pauses for a moment and it says, don't blame me.
Yeah, I was about to say that the person that handed you me refer to you more as an object.
It pauses for a moment and it says, I know not what I am.
You're from what I can see, an orb that, according to my
It
friends,
quickly responds to cut you off and it says, I know that.
A second orb.
I
Okay,
just
a
don't
sentient
know
orb.
what I am. And it seems to be stressing that it doesn't know specifically what it is.
Huh. Okay. Divine sense.
Okay, you sense no celestials, fae, fiends, or whatever it is else that you can sense.
Well, that rules out at least 3 possibilities. He's not a fae, celestial, or fiend.
I think technically you can also sense undead.
Yes, also undead, yes. Or undead, so that rules those out.
So it's an aberration or something.
Perhaps.
Or just a construct.
Let's see what...
It communicates back saying, I know only that I can hear and respond.
Well, that would refer to, well, to narrow it down to, well, from your current state, you seem to be, as we refer to the group of constructs.
It pauses for a moment. Perhaps, it responds with.
So let me just scratch out the things that I currently know that it is not.
That's a lot of creature types, man.
We still have aberrations, beasts, constructs, dragons, elementals, giants, humanoids, monstrosities, oozes, plants left.
Or any other thing that I can come up with.
Oh, for bloody sake.
GM can do what he wants.
Either way, it says, so do you require my aid?
Yes, now I know who you're being. I would like to have your aid to finding my friend's object. It's a dagger called Betrayals, if you're willing to help, that is.
It responds with a yes. I'm pretty sure yes, no, and a few other things are simple in. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It can just spell it out if necessary. So, and it begins to glow slightly, and you cast the spell through the orb, and it doesn't change the range, or really anything that you notice. However, you sense that he is next to that rock that you guys saw the other guy dart behind.
So I tell him, you remember that rock where someone darted behind?
That crazy guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, the crazy guy. Yeah, he's there.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Just let's head to that rock and see where the hell it leads to, because it seems like Howler followed him to weirdness, let's say.
What was the name? What was the name of the god of insanity?
I don't remember.
Me neither.
I probably gave him a name at some point, but he's the god of insanity, so we'll just go with that.
Oh,
Yeah,
this is something of history. I'm gonna be so mad. I say not my horse. I was about to say.
Yeah, I say let's bring these people to safety first, then go for Howler. I mean, he can handle himself, can't he?
Not when we're. How many miles away are we from our town?
Many.
Many.
Let's just say that you're traveling. Let me just say that you're using a vehicle which can travel at about the speed of an airplane, and it took you a couple days to get to where you are.
You're many miles from home.
Well, I still doubt he would have any problems, and he seemed to be very capable to handle himself in worse situations. It's like the rock is like, and I just kind of point over to where it is, so we can probably see it from the ship. So,
cut to Howler standing in front of Tiamat. Oh!
He'll be fine. I mean, he literally helped you guys sneak past me. Although I'm not very observant, still, that's quite a feat.
Yeah, great example.
You dissed yourself.
Best example.
Still quite a feat to help three other people to sneak past them.
Well, you can start at least maybe getting the people on the boat or whatever. I'm gonna go over and see if I can find them behind or underneath the rock.
Okay, you start walking
wherever
over.
The hell he is.
He starts walking over. Does anybody else accompany him?
I follow him at the distance of 60 feet for if he offers disappears that I know not to follow him anymore.
Okay. Does Jack wish to follow?
Hmm.
They seem to be talking about some weird things happening. Your curiosity might pique. Just a suggestion.
I just tell
Well,
Howler. Not
If
Howler.
his curiosity piques, yes, he will follow.
I just asked you. Do you two happen to have any rope on you?
Rope?
Nothing.
Rope.
Well, do you mean like, and he kind of just takes his weed pipe up to his mouth? That kind of rope, or?
Just real, literal rope,
close.
like hemp rope.
Yeah, hemp is close to what you're smoking.
You're boring. I don't know.
Guns, some daggers, and scimitar, and a rapier.
I don't know. Do I have any rope?
Look in your inventory would be the DM's suggestion.
Well, I can maybe make some rope. I have 10 leather.
I have a potion of flying.
Well, that 10 leather will be enough. I think I will use my own 50 feet of hemp rope to bind to his leather, and then just be like, just hold on to the leather, and then when you drop it, I know it's not safe anymore for me.
You're such a scaredy cat. And I'm not walking over. I'm riding on my bear anyways. So I start riding towards the rock.
Okay.
Yeah. So if Jack is gonna be walking with Explode, then I just let them walk. I'm just watching them. If they just all of a sudden vanish or seem to shimmer for a moment, I'm gonna be like, how about I just stand still and let them walk into their doom?
Oh, you're not getting my 10 leather, by the way. You're cool with 50 feet. I use that shit for crafting, dude.
Well, to be fair, no offense to Sarscan, but explosives way more interesting.
Well, mostly probably because he's an artificer.
And
We're
secondly,
kind of breed.
yeah, you guys are going to risk your necks. I'm more thinking like, okay, I'm willing to risk my neck.
As he's still just babbering on, being scared of what's going to happen, Explo is just going to go la 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 while he's riding over on his bear. Come on, Howler, it's time to wake up. Whatever the hell you smoked, it's time to get on the boat.
Alright, you
well,
walk
they are
closer
gonna-
to the rock. and
Well,
you
they're
look-
gonna risk their neck.
You start looking
Mhm.
around the rock. You don't see anybody.
He literally can't roll lower than 30 stealth.
Yeah, so I'm just standing there 60 feet away from the rock and let them walk around it. Do I see them make a circle around it, or do they just disappear behind the rock?
Okay, I need to get specifics on where he's looking.
Or I'm looking?
Yes.
Well, I'll be walking around the rock and I'll be just looking everywhere for any kind of... Since I can't obviously just see Howler passed out on the grass or whatever.
Yeah, he's not like laying there or anything.
Ah, bro, yeah.
So I'm gonna look for something magical maybe to see if there's any kind of indications to make. You know, like in when we got sucked into the earth when we first came to this forest.
Well, I know nothing of this guy, so I just look for him.
Yeah, you're looking for,
Look for a halfling.
You do know he's a halfling, so you have a ballpark idea of what he looks like.
Yeah. So I'm looking for a halfling. With a knife.
Yeah, apparently he has a knife and a sword. Apparently. I don't know. Yeah, you start walking around the rock. I'll get you to make an Arcana check. Alright, you see a weird magical ripple in the air near the back of the rock.
Hello. I just kind of put my finger into it.
As soon as you put your finger in there, I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Oh, shit! I am on my bear. Can I immediately make him pull me out? Command me to hold me on him?
I'll
If
say
only you If only you held onto that rope I
I'll
offered you.
say, how about this? You make a
I still have the rope.
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, and if you roll high enough, you'll say fast enough the command so the bear can help you with your strength saving throw.
Well, it's a +1 instead of a -1, so yeah. Oh, Jesus.
Okay, yes.
What?
So you now have advantage on your strength saving throw. Because the bear can't make the throw for you, but he can help you. Since you made that throw.
Yeah, now I'm gonna get a natural 1. Just watch me. 14. God.
Unfortunately, that is not high enough. Your
Do
bear
you see this?
does grab you. However, the bear is also sucked into it.
Do I see this? I have a
Yeah,
passive
you see-
perception of 17.
You see...
Jack, run! It's some kind of asshole! It's sucking me in!
You
I
just
look
see...
confused.
And he's gone. However, you did tie a rope to Explo.
No, I said to hold a rope.
Oh,
I'm holding it. And it's 50 feet long.
then I'll
Yes,
need
yeah.
you to make another strength saving throw without advantage to hold on to the rope.
Do you see the rope?
That's what I'm gonna
15.
determine. Okay, yes, you see the rope is, like, taut against something. However, you don't see, like, the end of it, which is, like, a knotted mass to
Mhm.
indicate the end of it. You don't see that. You just see it, like, turning as if it's against a wall or something, and then it just vanishes into nothing.
Can I tie the rope?
If I'm still
around the
able to communicate
However,
through the portal of weirdness,
However,
Explo, you are dangling above a cliff, and your bear is gripped onto your leg.
that leg is out of its socket.
So,
that leg is way
here's
off
what
its
I'm going to get
socket.
you to do. I'm going to get you to make a Constitution saving throw to determine whether or not your body, like, snaps or anything, any parts of it.
What happens if I roll a natural 1?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, you're somehow your constitution is holding your body together as your heavy metal bear is like gripped to your leg because it grabbed your leg as you were being pulled in, and then the bear got pulled in, and then it's now like dangling over a cliff as you're holding onto the rope.
I immediately cast Levitate to the bear,
Okay.
and I will mount him, and I will tie the rope to the bear.
Okay.
And I will start looking around for Howler.
You don't see
How
Howler.
far down is the cliff?
You see
Can
a
I tie-
large cliff.
Around the-
Here's what the terrain that you are currently faced with looks like. You are on a cliff face. Like the thing that you just came through is above you, and you're sort of like in front of a cliff face. And beneath you there is sharp rocks and an ocean. However, on top of the precipice, on top of the cliff, you see that there's just a barren landscape. It doesn't look like it has many trees or like plant life or anything. It's just rocks up there.
So it would be easy to find Howler then.
Okay, so I'm holding on to the rope. I asked Jack, do I need to tug on the rope because it's being pulled real taut? Well,
Did you come with us in the over?
no, I just keep my distance of 50 feet.
Wow.
More like 40 feet now since I've been sucked into the hole.
Yeah, 40 feet now, yes.
Well,
Okay, am I close to a ledge at all? Like, can I use the remainder of my levitate spell to lift me and my bear up on the ledge so we don't dangle?
Unfortunately, you're sort of like the levitate spell is just because of the rope. Zerskan is strong enough to hold it because of the levitate spell, but actively gravity is acting on your bear because you're above 20 feet from the ground. So you're slowing down. Like, it's still lifting you up slightly, but you're still 20 feet above the ground. So
Yeah, but where's the cliff
pulling you
edge? How far up to the cliff edge?
It's about
That's
10
where-
feet from
10
your current
feet?
position. You would have to
Okay,
get the
well,
bear and you to climb the cliff face.
Well, he's on the bear. So technically
So,
only the bear.
Okay, I'm gonna try to make the bear climb first. If not, I'm gonna cast spider climb on my bear. If it all
Which
goes
is-
to hell.
Which is a thing you can do. So,
I am slowly gonna pull back the rope to see what the result will be of that.
I know Sarskar is strong, but I will help him with.
technically the help action just gives them advantage, so the stronger one is the one who's going to benefit from it.
He's probably the strongest one.
Yes.
Do you want my bear to go do strength or dex to climb up the cliff face?
It's strength,
Strength.
which
Bear
is good
strong.
for the bear, but...
Bear strong.
Alright, you manage
He's
to
strong.
start climbing up the cliff face, and I'll get Zaraskon and, well, Zaraskon at advantage to, roll
I
a
can
strength.
roll athletics if it's needed.
So in that case, you're now able to
Athletics.
feel
Yeah,
that it's
sure.
not as heavy. So you know something good is happening at the other end. Don't drag me through yet. I want to find Holler first.
28.
You manage to, but through your combined strength,
Mostly his.
you manage to get up towards the cliff face, like to the top, like the precipice on the top.
Mhm.
You're able to look over if you want.
I look over.
It's a barren wasteland. For miles, you don't see anyone or anything
You're
other
fucking
than
limbo.
barren wasteland.
He got a fucking... I knew it in a demi-plane.
Just out of Jack's curiosity, can he figure out which type of magic the portal is? Like if it's a plane shift or something?
You can roll Arcana to see if you can identify what's going on.
Nah.
No.
9.
Unfortunately,
9.
no.
I'm holding a rope, I'm too busy.
It's
Okay, so do
It's
I get my bear on
definitely
top of the
some-
ledge so we're no longer almost falling to our doom?
okay, just to finish up with Jack. It's definitely magical. You got that from your Arcana check, but
Mhm.
like it's not a oh, look at that natural hole in reality.
That's so common.
Yeah, it is magical. So something is creating it, whether or not it's a natural magic or a someone doing it purposely, you're not sure. So,
The first
yeah,
thing Explo's thinking is basically this could be the next step to indoor plumbing.
yeah, just make a portal to a different dimension and just dump all
Yeah.
of your dump all of your refuse through the portal.
Lucius probably got played shift.
Who
You
cares
know-
what's on the other side of the portal?
Well, this place doesn't look too bothered by a hunk of shit,
Well, to
shit
be
coming
fair,
down.
where you currently are, yes, it doesn't look like they would be bothered.
You know, I could try this, but if it works like a bag of holding, then it
Because
would
I'm just
go
literally...
with the
imagining
moon.
somebody in a different campaign making a portal to like some fancy city, and then suddenly there's just refuse falling
Yeah.
onto people's heads every once in a while.
Whoops.
Yeah, so Zaska comes with the idea of, well, I could, you know, dispel the portal. Perhaps it works the same as a bag of holding, but
Oh, for the
if it
love
doesn't,
don't dispel the fucking portal.
Well,
as I was about to say, but if it doesn't, we literally lock our friends away.
and we don't know what the fuck opened that thing.
What I'll just say is, you know how portals work.
Mhm.
If you close the portal, not only will the rope break, because it will be in two physical locations at the same time, which isn't a thing.
Okay.
So that means the rope will get cut in half. Not only that, but your friends won't have a direct way back unless if they find another way back. So even if you succeed, it might not be a good idea to do what you're suggesting.
And I got to quit. It's 2 o'clock here.
Okay.
See you guys.
So you
Yeah.
two can continue for a little bit if you want, but that's up to you.
Oh yeah, I want to see if I have to get a new character sheet.
Well, your character being banished to a different plane doesn't necessarily mean you may have to make another character sheet.
Well, I can't get super lucky on my super explosive and get the plane shift on it.
And
Get
just send to
Or you
Shadowfell
could-
and die.
Or we could just say, like, you explore for a bit, and if you're lucky, you find a portal without having to wait
Maybe.
like 5 years for your character to come back.
Yeah, it's 5 years later, Expo just comes out of a portal through a porter potty. After the discovery of this portal has made it common to indoor plumbing. What year is this?
He just has a huge beard, and he's coming out of the toilet covered in
Just like the movie. What
And he's
year
just
is
like-
this?
looking at everybody. And Howler is just taking a dump on the toilet.
Mhm.
So you just come up and his ass is the first thing you see. Okay.
Okay, so do I get up on the ledge? Am I now safe from doom?
You can either climb through the portal, because from your vantage point you could easily just do that. Or the thing you're calling a portal. It could be a rip in reality, you don't know what it is specifically. Or you can just climb onto the side so that way you don't go through whatever that is.
I'm gonna climb up to the side.
Alright? So, from your guys' perspective, the rope sort of is getting pulled. It was sort of taut downward, now it's sort of taut to the left.
Kind of like, with the help of Saraskan, drag it towards us?
If you want to,
Yeah. What
Okay,
role is
so-
that?
roll Zaraskon's athletics. Do you have access to his sheet?
Nope.
I will do that then. Because I know that you wouldn't use your own, so
Oh, what, a -1, no.
yeah. Okay. Technically,
If it's
it's
a-
athletics. His
So
athletics
add
is
5 to
better.
that.
Give me a second.
24.
Yeah, 24. So, you manage to start pulling the bear. Does the bear resist?
Well, because I want to go up to the ledge. I don't want to go through the portal again.
You're on the ledge, but the bear is being pulled put toward the portal.
We don't know what you're
Bear
doing.
resists.
Alright. You can roll a strength with the bear. You have to beat a
Oh.
24, however.
The question there is, why did, when G rolled it was a 9 and when...
I don't know. I don't know.
It doesn't matter. For me to beat a 24, I have to get a natural 20.
I'm clicking
Or
on
a
a sheet
20,
called
or a 19.
Zaraskan the Vile, and his sheet's name is Zaraskan D. A bunch of other stuff.
Yerjibl.
Maybe I just used the wrong sheet? Yes, I did.
Pretty disconnected.
I
No,
don't know why he would have 2 Zaraskans, but...
Because he's super sucky at making new names.
I won't dispute that directly. Because
Aeroscan, Seroscan.
Erosan, not Eroskan. But yeah, it's something with on.
His first character that I met was named Aerosan.
okay, so either way, the bear doesn't beat the the pull on the bear. So, Explode, do you wish to dismount the bear or go through the portal?
Well, if I'm already on the ledge, I will dismount the bear.
'Cause
And
the bear gets
as
pulled through the portal.
yeah, can I give the bear a final message before he gets pulled through?
Sure, as long as it's quick. Like, within 6 seconds.
Tell them they're idiots by writing it in the dirt in front of them with your paw.
Okay, that could fit within 6 seconds. Okay, that works.
We don't know what the fuck you planned.
So, you guys, Zaraskan and you see a bear, metallic bear, get pulled through, and it looked like it was trying to stop you, but it didn't succeed.
Why did they want to stop us? To just say out because
It starts mauling the ground with its claws, and it looks like it's actually starting to form letters. Very rough ones, but still. And I'll get you to make an investigation check to see if you can understand what it writes. Because it is still the mind of a bear.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Sarascan will know.
He has even lower intelligence.
But he still might roll higher. Investigation? Yeah, he got 14. So he goes, "Why are we idiots?"
Perfect.
That's what that said. I didn't understand anything.
The last message you ever heard from Expo.
Zarascon
You idiots.
starts pointing to the different points, and he's like, "This is why," and then eventually you're like, "Oh, it's like one of those pictures where it looks
bear
like
riding.
it's like one of those pictures that looks like two things at once." And if you don't see the
That's right.
second thing, someone can point out to you what the second thing is, and you can go, "Oh, that's where it is." Yeah, I see it now.
So it wasn't a giant black dick. It was letters.
It's just terrible handwriting by a bear.
Well, he is a bear. Okay.
So while they're having a handwriting lesson with your bear, what are you doing?
Well, first thing I'm going to do is regret that I don't have the spell sending.
Yeah, you don't have that.
And then I'm going to look around to see if I can see any kind of sign that Halvar has been here. Like, he would be more than dexterous enough to not get killed by falling off the cliff.
Mm-hmm.
But I will still just look down there to see if I can just find a bloody pulp, which makes no sense since he did answer.
Okay, I'll make. You can make an investigation check to see if you can find. Of course.
Again, this is so weird. Why can't this happen when I'm doing fights?
Okay, so you look around.
Thank you, oh merciful script gods.
And luckily, I didn't say that he rolled a natural 20 on his stealth check. So it looks like he's very, very lightly. You can barely see it. It's because you basically like got down on all fours and started looking at the ground. You see very, very light footprints on the ground.
Oh,
As
shit.
if somebody's like sneaking, trying to go somewhere. And it looks like he's walking further into the desolate wasteland.
Does it look like the size of halfling feet?
Yes. With a natural
Crap.
20, these look approximately to be the same size and make of boot that he was wearing. With the
Do I
same
see
scar marks on the
anything?
bottom of his boot.
I just yell out, Howler!
And you hear
idiot!
whoosh as a big wave hits the bottom of the cliff behind you. And it almost drowns out the sound of your voice.
Fucking asshole. Is there anything near me, like a stick? Anything?
With that investigation check, I'll give you a few more bonus little things. There is a tiny, tiny stick. Like, you have, like, you know how people with dwarfism have littler arms and hands? Even compared to your littler arms and hands because you're a gnome, it's a small stick.
That's a small stick.
Yeah,
See
really.
what I have here. Yeah, still have the T-verse. Kind of forgot about that. Those files have just been rumbling around in my bag of holding. Hopefully not breaking.
Luckily, because they're in the bag of holding. They're in a separate, contained little space within it that they aren't like clanging into everything else.
Shall never be used for good, at least.
At the end of the
You know
game,
what
you're
I
just
just
like,
forgot?
I'm gonna uncork this, and you kill everyone.
You know what I just forgot? I have him. So I will
That's a
just.
natural one if you were swinging.
No. I'm just showing that I have him still, the grower.
Mhm.
My special little sword. So I'm gonna say Bazinga, and I will start making a very clear line in the dirt as I walk towards wherever he was walking.
Alright, so you just sort of
So that'll be
have
easy
it
to find the way back.
leaned, you just sort of have it like dragging on the ground behind you, and you have it held like this, and the sword is pointed
Yeah.
this way. And you're
If it has like a little quiver, like one of those where it's basically
sheet?
just like this. Yeah, the sheet where they just hang like this and the rest of the sword hangs like outside of that. I will literally just say Bazinga as it's still in the sheet, so it just like boom into the ground because I'm so short, and I will just have it dragging
Yeah,
along as I
unfortunately,
walk.
you would break the sheath if you did that.
Ah, crap.
But you can just have it equipped and walking around with it. It won't hurt you. It's just the weight of a short sword.
I will.
Okay.
And as I'm walking, do I see anything? Is it just a plain flat surface, or
There's like hills
Hills.
and rocks and things like that, but it's not like, oh look, there's like a big house or something like that. There's nothing that stands out other than like.
You know what I'm
roads.
actually gonna do right before I start walking? I'm gonna take out one of my pieces of leather, and I'm gonna use the grower before I grow it, and I'm gonna write a message in it. Or can I use Tinker Tools to write a message in it?
Tinker tools would suffice. It would be
Tinker
a lot
tools?
harder
Okay.
to write it with a sword.
Yeah, that's why I asked for Tinker Tools.
Yeah.
So basically, just everything is fine. If you come in, be prepared to almost fall to your death. Going to look for Howler. If my bow. Oh, and by the way, you can't start the boat without me, so good luck.
Okay.
I
So
can
do
try.
you throw that through the portal?
Natural one.
Yes.
Alright, it's. For some reason, your tool...
If I can see it's really bad, I will make another one.
Yeah, that piece of leather is ruined otherwise.
Okay, another one. Another!
That's a
You
two.
rolled a 2.
Oh, bad one.
But, since it isn't a natural 1, it's like kindergarten kid writing, but it is still legible.
Colsies.
So do
And
you
I
throw
throw
that
that through the throw that to the through the portal.
Alright, I'll need you to make an athletics check.
Me?
Yes. 'Cause the portal has a physical force that is pushing things that way, so when you're throwing it to try to get it through, if you don't throw
Oh,
it
it doesn't
strong
suck from each path?
it sucks this way. It sucks one way. So if you're throwing
Oh,
it into the
shit.
portal, it's gonna blow it into the ocean if you don't throw it strong enough.
Oh, in that case, I will have added a note. Make the rope come back, or like get the
See if you
rope
get
to
it
come
through
back, and I'll
first.
tug in it when I come back, literally, because
See
I
if
won't
you
be
get it through
strong enough.
first.
Because I wasn't
Yeah.
telling you that the bear was rolling at disadvantage. Everything that was going through there was at disadvantage. Except for them who was pulling on the rope.
Hmm.
So
So I have disadvantage on my athletics.
no, now this time you have regular. Because you're just
Okay.
throwing the thing against a force.
You know what I will do? I will actually also use one piece of scrap metal to make a little container. And I will use a bomb charge. Basically make a little mini rocket. And shoot that inside.
Okay, then I'll get you to make a Tinkerer's Tools check then. If you're gonna build something. Oh yeah, the rocket is 1,000 times better than your writing on the thing. But yeah,
I get recognized for my work, not my writing skills.
Okay, so all right, so Jack, you see
Yeah.
come out of the portal.
Can I grab it?
You can try to grab it like before it hits the ground if you want.
Yeah.
That's a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, hell yeah. That's 26.
Immediately explodes. Just kidding.
All right, you sort of like see the thing, and you do like a Matrix-esque flip into the air, and you grab it and then land on the ground.
Oh, so glad I took resilient dexterity and ring of protection.
Plus 10 dexterity saving throws. Damn, man.
Oh, plus 7 in con saves.
And I thought my con was 6 was
At first
good.
you didn't know what it was, so you were going to jump and dodge it, but then you sort of look at it and see
Wait.
that it's a thing you can grab, and you just grab it.
Am I within Sarascon's aura?
Yes.
That's a plus 4 or 5, I don't know. In addition to that.
So you actually do a backflip. Multiple backflips, actually.
Full on Matrix
Goodness.
backflip, grab the shit.
Yep. You grab it, and you land on the ground.
So that's like a 30.
Yeah.
If he has a plus 4 charisma.
He has 5 charisma. So it's 31. But anyway, so yeah, you have it, and it's the message that he said that he was writing on it.
That's terrible handwriting, but it's understandable.
Yes, it is. It looks like he was using a dull knife to carve into like really hard metal. It's not very like gouged in or anything, but you can tell that there's something there.
But the rocket, it looked like a piece of art. Compared.
Yes. So that's it's written on there. So as Zerscon and him are deciding what to do next, what are you doing?
As I start walking with the grower making marks behind me, I will also use a bomb charge and combine it with a fire grenade and shoot it straight up in the air. Like a flare.
Alright.
And I'll keep walking.
Alright. You continue walking. As you're walking...
And every 100 feet or so, I do the same.
Okay.
With the flare.
So
As
you're
I'm yelling for
walking,
Howler.
Before you set off your second one, you hear a voice in your mind. A familiar
In my mind.
A familiar voice.
The god of insanity. I'm hoping.
However, he is speaking in a language you don't understand. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, shit.
Fucking deep speech.
I'm gonna luck that one. That's better.
Alright. You don't understand what he is saying. And part of your mind says, perhaps I shouldn't understand what he is saying.
Can I make like an arcana religion or something?
To determine what?
What it is and what will happen if I don't make the wisdom saving throw.
Okay, yeah, sure. You can try to identify this with arcana.
Damn, that's bad.
There is an entire language known as deep speech that drives people insane.
Shouldn't I kind of be immune to that? Kinda. Ish.
It's
At least get
more of a
advantage on saving throws.
It's more of a mechanic for Determining whether or not you can control your character and what he sees and what he does. So you can still control your character, as crazy as he may be, can still control his own thoughts and actions, in a manner of speaking. This saving throw will prevent that at certain times.
But did I recognize the voice? Did I recognize the voice of the God of Madness?
Yes, it sounds exactly like him.
Okay. So I will try to answer him in common. Fuck are you trying to do, dude? You're blowing off my chi here.
Perhaps this is a time to demonstrate my power.
You limbo bitch.
Demonstrating your power by making me do crazy shit that I won't even remember isn't really demonstrating your power.
Who says you'll forget?
Or remember. Usually I do most of the crazy stuff myself. So, yeah.
He starts
If you
talking
plan
to you
make
in
me kill or eat some babies or something, that won't really impress me.
He starts talking to you in deep speech again. So I need you to make a wisdom save. You're not sure if this portal has anything to do with him.
Are you kidding me? Another 9?
But you have a feeling that he's taking advantage of the situation because you taunted him earlier.
I have a feeling you're in limbo, but I don't know.
Maybe not.
You're not there, so you can't tell where
I just see a portal. I just see a portal.
Technically, it's not a very conventional portal. Kind of what you're seeing is like, you know how the Predator looks in the Predator movies when he's invisible? You kind of just see that, a ripple in the air. Like a distortion of light. Kind of. But either way, you succeed the second one. He goes,
I know you can only stop me for so long.
Yeah, dude, I'm just here to find my friend. I told you I'm willing to bargain with you. Later.
No, you've taunted me for too long.
I've taunted you once.
Which is 15 seconds.
Kind of impressive that you're making less sense than me.
If you taunt him for 15 seconds, apparently that's too long. So
yeah, so he's a salty little shit kid, that's what he is.
With the power of God.
Alright, so he's gonna try one more time.
So
he's gonna try one more time. Even worse.
God damn it. Oh, crap.
That's all your luck as well.
That's all my luck points. Well, at least I'm gonna do something fun now. Hopefully.
As you're about to try to resist what he is saying to you, you hear him say in common,
your luck runs out, it seems.
And the phrase that he spoke to you, to cause you to understand what he is saying, was, the buttons are in the tea kettle. For some reason, that makes sense to you now.
Why am I liking this too much? Gotta find some buttons.
Okay, so are you looking for the buttons?
Yes.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Then you roll well.
Yeah, exactly. So you start looking at the ground, and suddenly you're in a kitchen, and you see a tea kettle sitting on the stove.
Oh.
I opened the tea kettle and I put a flashbang inside of it and closed it again.
As you opened the tea kettle, you did see that there were two, tunic, to close a tunic buttons inside of it.
Yeah, but I'm gonna press them both at the same time with a flashbang.
Oh, they're not buttons. They're not like pressable buttons. They're like clothing buttons.
They're like shirt buttons.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm just gonna see what happens when I try to blow them up with a flashbang.
Okay. You put it inside. You plug your ears. Ting, 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 and the tea kettle falls on the floor.
Awesome.
The buttons fall onto the ground.
I grab them.
So if I understand right, Howler must have failed the fucking save and gone crazy.
You're not sure. You're not sure.
Nope.
But either way, you pick up the buttons, and the button on the left says, "Ow!" And the button on the right says, "Mm-hmm."
They say that out loud as I pick them up, or it just said...
Yeah, like the holes in the buttons move like mouths.
I'm like, awesome, I have somebody to talk to now. And I kind of just take my tinker tool. No, I can use that, can I? To like sew them onto my clothing.
If you want to sew them onto your clothing, you can. Try. You have to roll with your tinker tools. Okay, you start sewing them on, and the one that was like, ow, is like... as you put the threads through its mouth holes.
As I hear he can't speak anymore, I will put the needle out and I say, "Oh, sorry."
And it goes, how? And the other one goes, mm-hmm.
This is awesome. I think you'll just be comfortable here, and I'll just put them in like my chest pocket.
Alright, you put them in your chest pocket. You're now back in the wasteland. The kitchen is gone. So what do you want to do now?
Did I come far enough for like 200 feet to put up another
at
flare?
that point you can put out another one.
Okay, so I put up another flare. And I'm guessing I have to do another investigation check to see if I can find his footsteps.
Oh no, you're able to follow them as far as you want. For now, at least. So you continue following them. We'll switch to the other two. And since he's not there, Zerscon isn't there, I am going to let you decide what the two of you do.
Well, as the note said, I would have taken a rope back out and through the portal.
Okay, the rope is through the portal.
And if it's
just tie it to a tree or something.
Yeah, and if it's long enough, I'll tie it around a rock.
Yeah, the rock is directly next to the portal thing.
Yeah, so I'll tie it around that. And yeah, what more can I do?
There's about 25 feet of the rope left, because it's a decent sized rock. So you wrap it around and tie it. There's 25 feet of the rope dangling down. Because it is 50-foot long rope, so that is still a lot to get around that rock. So,
and yeah, he also said we can start the ship without him.
He says that you cannot start the ship without him.
Cannot start it without him.
Which you can't.
You don't know. I've tinker's tools as well.
Yeah, but my bear is the key. And he doesn't take commands from anybody but me.
That's true.
And you don't know that he's the key.
He's just sort of sitting there, looking at both of you.
Oh.
Like, since I have nothing to do, can I, like, study the bear? Like, make notes of it and shit?
Sure. I'll get you to roll a tinker's
You can,
tools
but
check.
don't try to open the panels. Just a fair warning.
Just make a tinker's tools check to see how well you know. So, you start examining it. It's pretty complex. You would probably have to take it apart to get most of the intricacies of how it works. But you have a feeling that your newfound companion wouldn't be happy if you did that.
Nah. If I ruined his bear.
Plus, he would probably be dead before that.
Yeah. He might open the important components that he's not supposed to figure it out, and then the bear would perish. Probably.
Yeah, I would say kaboom.
But based on that roll, it's a machine. It's definitely a machine, and it does have some decent components. It also has arcane components. So you're not entirely sure, but you do have a vague idea. Like, maybe if you tried to make your own, it might work.
Might.
Yeah, you'll have to make a Tinkerer's Tool check, and if you roll too low, then it's just an abomination that says, kill me.
Over and over again.
Kill me.
Kill me! And then it throws up motor oil. Crap.
And its arms are too short, so it can't do it itself, so it just keeps...
Yeah. So yeah.
Either way. So what do you do? Anything else? Do you decide to enter the portal?
No.
Okay.
That's not a good idea.
Okay.
You're
So
not speaking my language, boy.
you don't enter the portal. So you guys wait.
So I'm just waiting, like, yeah, keep studying the bear, basically. That's basically all I'm gonna do.
I'll let you make another roll depending on how long it takes for Explo to continue.
Because that bear is super interesting.
Yeah. You may get another roll depending on how long it takes for Explo to explore. Because he might just instantly go back. Who knows? So you send up another one, because you're 300 feet away from the portal. And you continue walking, and I need you to make another wisdom saving throw.
Oh, I thought I was already under the spell, like, forever.
Yes, you are,
Okay.
but that's what you're rolling. See if something out of your
See if you can
control
save it.
happens.
Oh, okay, cool.
Alright, you hear... What are you doing? You think
Okay,
you'll
so the...
free him?
What?
You hear a different voice saying, you think you'll free him?
Free him from what? Is this the buttons talking? I kind of just looked down in my pocket.
The button, the two buttons, the first one goes, ow! And the second one goes, mm-hmm.
It definitely
It's not the buttons talking. Yeah, if it's a different voice, I'll just ignore it.
Alright. You continue walking. Like, I didn't force you to do anything, because you did succeed.
Okay.
So, you keep on walking. So what are you doing?
So it was not the god of insanity that talked to me, it was a different voice.
Yeah, this particular voice that said, you think you'll free him, is a different voice.
Okay. Is it any kind of voice that I know? Can I make a history check?
Not any voice that you recognize. It's something different.
Like maybe my dad talking to me
It
beyond the
doesn't
grave.
sound like him.
Yeah, it was usually more screaming.
Either way. So do you continue?
I do.
Alright. Another one. And I need you to make another one. Wisdom save. Alright.
That's
time,
15. Did I just make it, or did it
yeah,
make
that
it?
15 just made it.
Okay. I don't
So,
know what the DC is.
so 12. Suddenly you're standing in a field of sunflowers. And the sunflowers are taller than you are. Of course, because that's how tall sunflowers normally are.
They are super tall.
Yes, sunflowers are normally taller than you are. So, but you sort of peek around the nearest ones and they just seem to keep going.
What was the message I heard in my head?
You think you'll free him.
Yeah.
No,
like
not that. The message to make me see different stuff again.
Like a normal sunflower is
the
like
two
6
buttons in
feet
the
tall.
kettle. The 2 buttons are in the kettle.
Again?
That's what the first message was. That
Yeah, but what was
Like,
this new message? Or did this stuff just happen? No message at all?
no message at all. Suddenly you're
Oh.
just in a field of sunflowers.
Coolsies. Start throwing these all around me?
Grenade.
Burn!
How
As I
many do
just
you
throw them all
throw
around.
before you
Hmm?
start? How many do you throw before you wait to see the results?
Like 5.
Okay. So you're now in that scene from Final Fantasy VII where Sephiroth is walking into the flames.
That looks
You're
pretty
now
epic, though.
in that scene.
That looks pretty epic, though.
So you're
It
just
is
sort
way
of like
shorter.
standing in flames. Flames are everywhere.
It's just way shorter.
Yes. It's like it shows the camera from the same angle as it would for Sephiroth, and you don't see anyone, and then you just see the top of someone's head walking away.
Okay, so since they obviously catched fire, I'm gonna use the grower and just hold it out and make like a pirouette to chop down the stuff like right near me, so they won't catch fire with me in the middle of them, and I'll just wait to see if the flames even change direction and start eating away at the sunflowers at all.
Alright, yeah, the flames are eating all the sunflowers. However, you hear, in Howler's voice, "What the fuck are you doing, man?"
Is he here or is it just in my head?
You heard his voice. You can look in the direction of where the voice came from, if you wish. Yeah, you see him. He's approximately, he's approximately 100 feet into the sunflowers as he is, his cloak that looks like a weird octopodal creature is catching fire and he's panicking.
Cool. Well, as I see him catch fire, I say just run towards me and roll. What's the phrase? If you catch fire,
Stop, drop, and roll.
stop, drop, and roll, dude.
Alright.
As I start laughing.
He starts running towards you, and you're laughing your head off, almost a little too much. As suddenly you are tackled by him, and you hit the ground, and your vision sort of goes blurry for a second, and then suddenly you're back on the barren landscape, and you see a little creature that's on fire instead of Howler. And it's going.
Oh no! I start patting out the flames.
And it goes. And it's just looking up at you. It's a little furry thing. It's got a long tail, kind of like a squirrel, but it's the size of a chihuahua.
Okay. Hey, little guy. You hungry? I give it a piece of human beef jerky.
It takes it. And then it just throws up all over the ground. Almost instantly. And then it just looks at you. It looks very hateful, but it's not killing you.
Well, it's small.
Well, it's not like trying to grip to your face and claw your eyes out.
I know what will make you feel better. I roll a joint. Or start puffing on my pipe. And I blow it into its face.
That's all it does. At least for now. It looked like it was tasting the smoke. Like licking it.
Yeah. Whatever to make the TSC hit your head, man. So I just, I'm looking for my friend. If you want to follow me, that's cool. I like companions. And I'll just keep on walking while making the marks behind me with the sword.
Alright. As you're about to do your next flare, and the creature is following you, even though it looks very angry. Maybe it's just the shape of its skull, but it just looks very angry. But either way, as you're about to take out your next flare to shoot it up, suddenly the ground just sort of sinks in. Almost like it suddenly turned into sand and there's a sinkhole underneath. And you're falling. Do you wish to fall?
Yes.
Alright, you sort of accept it. The creature's like... as it just sinks down with you. It's kind of like that creature from Ice Age, I think it's called.
Ah,
the one that goes after the nut.
One with the
Scrat. Scrat.
Yes, it's kind of like that, kind of, except it looks very angry, constantly. Yeah, you sink into the ground, and suddenly you're just sitting on a beach, a very calm beach, with palm trees and other foliage, almost as if you're on a tropical island.
Is the creature still beside me?
Yup.
Well, in that case, I will just sit down and enjoy the view.
Alright.
And maybe scratch the creature's head.
Alright. You start scratching its head. Its little singed head. And it goes... It doesn't seem like you're making it any happier, but it isn't angry. Like, it isn't trying to kill you. So it must want to be there, perhaps. But either way, I'll get you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Well, if I'm gonna be trapped forever because my wisdom saving throw sucks, this would be the place.
Alright. So, you look out on the water, and you see a relatively, for your tastes at least, attractive woman just sort of like come out of the water wearing scantily clad clothing.
Is she paying any kind of attention to me at all?
Not currently.
Well, in that case, I will just sit and really enjoy the view.
She notices you looking. What do you think, big boy?
Yeah, well, the first thing is that you're actually paying attention to me, so I know this is not real. Next, please!
As you shout that, she just sort of dissolves as if she was smoke. It almost seems as though you're realizing how to manipulate these delusions.
You speak my language.
So, either way, you keep scratching the head of this little creature. And as you're doing that, we'll switch over to the other guys. It's been about an hour. He hasn't come back.
Mm-hmm.
And you do know a guy with sending if you need to contact me.
I don't know him.
Yeah, you've been standing next to me while I was asking him to send message many times.
Yes. So, what do you do?
Well, these take forever. So I'll fucking ask
Our
Lucius.
stuff forever.
For me, it is. So I'll go ask Lucius to send him a message to ask what the fuck he's doing.
Okay. Lucius attempts to send him a message. I had to make these things happen. You realize this? I had to make all this happen.
Yep.
You realize this. It's your guys' fault for staying there and trying to find Howler. Okay, I need him to roll something.
He's in another plane.
No, this is for something different. Okay, I need you to make Explo to make a wisdom saving throw. Okay. So here's what happens. You hear it kind of has this weird like staticky white noise feel to it.
Like a really old radio.
Yes. And you hear Explo. They're worried about you. They just want to know if you're okay. From Lucius's voice.
Okay, so I will make an Arcana check just to see if this is not another.
Fair enough. Go ahead. Yeah, this is his real. This is a real transmission into your brain. He's
Okay.
using the spell that you've told him to use before.
Okay. So I just say, still haven't found Howler. Trapped in crazy ass dimension, or more of trapped in a God of Insanity dimension. Will probably take me a little time. Do not come in here.
Okay. So, for Jack's perspective,
Mm-hmm.
Lucius just says, he says he's fine.
Okay.
Oh, and to not follow him. Specifically, do not follow him. Those were his
Okay.
exact words.
Now I'll keep checking out this bear.
He goes, as he waves you off as he's looking. Jack, this is one of the first times that you're actually getting a look at this weird device that he's manipulating. It's a cube that has weird arcane runes on each face of it. Kind of like a D6. But it has like arcane runes on each side, and it's about this big, and it's made of obsidian. And he's just sort of focusing on it, touching the different runes.
It's tempting to just ask him what the fuck that is, but he's a necromancer. I don't know.
He
To
does
be
have
fair, I
a
don't know
weird
that.
abomination creatures just sort of standing next to him.
Can I make an Arcana check on the device?
Sure.
11.
Well, with an 11, it does give you a little bit. It does have necromantic symbols. The box has necromantic runes on it. So one of the runes on the front face that's facing you is a definite necromantic rune. It's not used for any other purpose other than necromancy. This particular room.
Interesting. I wouldn't do anything more because if it read necromancy is bad shit.
He could do something to you if he wanted to, but he hasn't
Yeah.
harmed you yet.
Yeah, but I don't trust that, so I'll just go back to the bear.
Okay. Make another tinker check. To see if you can discover the secrets of the bear.
I don't know shit.
Yeah, it seems like the bear is now slightly perturbed that you're examining it, and it keeps on, like, blowing out of its nostrils, the mechanical nostrils, and it does seem to have some sort of air force that it keeps breathing on you every time you try to examine it.
Maybe I should take a break from that bear. It looks annoyed. The poke bear.
Either way, so, Exflow.
Yes.
You're sitting on a beach. What do you wish to do? What do you wish to do?
Well, I'm gonna see if I can try to manipulate some of this crap.
Okay, how do you wish to do so?
I'm gonna take a bunch of, like, sand in my hand and just look at it and really, really wish I had an ice cream.
Alright. Roll a wisdom saving throw. It's sand. But you did sense that you did resist the insane part of your mind. So perhaps the insane part of your mind could have made that an ice cream, but it would not have been an ice cream. It would have just been sand, and you would have tried to eat it, and then it still would have been sand.
Okay. In that case, I will just look around, and I will look behind me, and there should be
so
a
you're
long
looking at
stretch
the
mark.
ocean. You're currently
Yeah.
looking at the ocean, and behind you is the tree line.
But it's like, there's something missing. There should be a large, like, crevice from my sword. Where's that gone?
I'll get you to make an investigation check.
It's still not there anymore. No, I'm gonna try to focus my mind to get off the beach, basically.
Oh, okay. You focus your mind, and you hear calling from your pocket. Ow! Mm-hmm. And it distracts you. However,
I just go,
make an investigation check, since you were looking for your gash in the ground. Alright, you look up. You see a weird mark in the sky. Almost as if you're under a blue tarp and there's a cut in it.
how high up is the tarp or the cut?
It appears to be like hundreds of feet up. But it
I
looks
shoot
like
up a flare.
an obvious cut in a tarp that is sort of just waving in the wind.
I shoot up a flare.
Alright, as soon as you shoot it up, it hits something immediately above you. And gets lodged in there until it blows up. Like 15, 20 feet above you.
Damn it, I can't jump that high. I try to throw a couple of flashbangs, like, right in the scar, just to try to blow up the scar even more.
Okay. if you're talking about the thing that you see that distance away, it's way too far for your range. But if you still want to attempt to throw something at it, you can.
I roll.
Okay. You throw it up. It hits something about 15 feet up, and then bounces back down onto the ground, and then explodes.
Crap. Well, let's start cutting down some trees and make a raft, I guess. I just
Okay.
look at the little squirrel.
The little squirrel just goes. It never seems happy, but maybe again that could just be the shape of its skull. Some creatures, they just have one expression because of the shape of their skull. But either way, you walk over towards the trees. I'll get you to make an investigation check.
Just getting worse and worse.
Alright, you see some trees. And you also see horse footprints in the ground near the tree line.
Yeah, they're not real. Try to focus to get out of the illusion again.
Okay, make a wisdom saving throw.
Damn it.
You see that one of the trees has arms suddenly, and eyes, and a face, and other things, such as genitals, that are just sort of hanging onto the ground. And it's looking at you.
I walk over
Alright?
and I put a fire grenade straight on his dong, and then I walk away.
And it says, "Oh, shit." And then when you look back, it's just a tree that's on fire behind you. It doesn't have a face anymore. Trust me, there is an answer to all of this that you can potentially find, but you're just not finding it, unfortunately. You're not getting the rolls.
Yeah.
So what do? Start trying to build a raft again?
It seems like an unuseful use of my time, since the trees aren't even real. So I'll just go back to the ocean, and instead of skipping rocks, I'll be skipping flashbangs onto the beautiful ocean sea floor.
Alright. They bounce off the water. Yep. A decent distance away. They get a pretty decent distance before they blow up. Anything else you would like to try?
Just sit there and wait for the illusion to dissipate.
Alright. Make another wisdom save.
Finally.
Nothing happens.
I'm still here.
Yep, you're still on a beach with trees and water.
Wait a minute, I can actually jump 15 feet up into the air.
You hear a voice in your mind. This isn't me. In deep speech.
So who is it? Your retarded brother?
That's the nature of where you are. It seems as though this isn't your insanity that's causing this beach to apparate.
That's weird.
And the reason why I gave you that information is because you succeeded the save and nothing happened, so I made it obvious. It's not your insanity
Okay, so
that's
we'll do
separating
an
your speech.
investigation check to see for anything that doesn't belong.
Okay. Investigation check.
God.
Alright, you see Howler's footprints, and they're following the horse footprints that you saw earlier.
I'll follow them then. I'll just keep on using my sword to make a path in the ground.
Alright. You continue along, and eventually, about 5-6 minutes pass, from your perspective at least, and a gust of wind erupts from under your feet, and suddenly you're back up on the ground, and you're in the desolate wasteland again.
And if I look behind me, I can still see just a straight line from my sword, right?
Yeah, you see a line that goes to where you fell in, and then approximately 100 feet away, your line is going to continue.
Okay. So I'll keep following Howler's footsteps, I guess.
Yeah, and there's Howler's footsteps again. Just barely visible on the ground. You start walking. And I'll make a roll. Oh, right. This thing needs to get out of my way. There we go. Forgot we're not in Shadowrun. In Shadowrun, I use your guys' sheets to roll d6s.
Yeah.
Okay. You hear in the distance. I don't know what those explosions were, but I suppose I'll have to keep walking towards it because that's where I came in here. And
Shoot up a flare.
you see you shoot up a flare, and you hear, "What's doing that?" I just hope it's not another illusion or something.
It's your grandma! Shout out.
Yeah, it is Howler's voice.
Yeah, but is it really Howler?
And he goes, "You sound a little young to be my grandmother."
So are you gonna prove to me that you're you, or just keep on following your footsteps?
Well, I guess I'm closer than I thought. I mean, this place it's weird, man.
Stab me.
Well, he gets to about 100 feet closer, like 100 feet away from you, and he says, "I can't get any closer to you. At least I don't think so." And you look at the ground, and his footprints stop about 5 feet in front of you. At least not without going through that other thing that I went through before.
Why not just go through it again?
Well, then I won't see your ugly mug.
Not that ugly.
He goes, yeah, it's pretty ugly.
Well,
I mean, to be fair, you do blow stuff up for a living, so...
well, won't deny that. So, what's down in that illusion pit, or whatever the hell this is called?
I don't know what it is. I examined it for magic. I couldn't see any.
Yeah, he's talking about the same thing that happened to me, right? It's another pit that he fall in and you're suddenly somewhere else, right?
He goes, yeah, if you walk here, you sink in the ground.
Yeah, I know. The beach, right? Kind of like the beach.
Well, yeah, this one, it's further into the forest, but it seems to be the same biome.
And you're surprised that
Well,
he knows the word biome.
I am. I am very surprised that he knows the word biome.
You know what it is, but you're a crazy geek person.
I know. But still, for Howler to know such a difficult word. Maybe it's not him.
You can roll like insight.
Yeah, my amazing insight. Oh, damn.
It's him. It's him. He's just heard people use this fancy word before. Probably when he was stealing from some rich person.
Okay, last time when you went in, did he just walk out or did he have to do something? Because as far as I see, we can just walk down at the same time, meet in the middle, and then go back.
Well, since you told me to stop chasing that crazy guy, yeah, I just started walking back. But otherwise I was following his trail, but his horse is too quick. I mean, I can move quickly, but I'm not, I mean, some would say that I'm as fast as a horse, but
this horse was particularly fast. Yes, I know. Let's just meet in the middle, you idiot. And I just start walking towards.
To be fair,
he's actually slightly oblivious to the fact that you were making fun of him.
Of course he was.
well, to be fair, he can move 90 feet in a turn.
Yes, but horses are still faster than him.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
He's probably going to make a change to that somehow in the future.
Mobile problem.
Plus, this horse is the magic summoned horse that his other character can make move like half a mile per round.
Yeah.
with his crazy abilities that he had that character set up with. So, yeah, that horse is way out of his league. So, he steps forward and sinks into the ground. He doesn't even, resist or anything. It looks like he's on an elevator.
Is the creature still with me? Yep. Does it get angry when I kind of scratch its belly?
It looks angry, but it always looks angry. It doesn't resist you.
Like everything else.
So I pick it up and I put it on my shoulder. See what it does.
It just looks at your face with its pointed little button nose.
You ready to go down again? I'm gonna call you Squeak, and then I will drop off the edge.
And as you start dropping off the edge, it goes.
Just need to switch my battery.
It looks like it looks like that thing from Ice Age, except it looks like it had a bath and turned into an angry cat. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Because its fur is all sticking out and frizzed.
It scratched me too.
Yeah. It's Scrat, except he actually realizes that his life is futile and he'll never get the nut.
He's very persistent with that nut, though. So that has to be some bad stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So you both sink in, and suddenly you're in the middle of the forest again.
Okay, I'll just shout out to Howler. Just listen to my voice. Follow my voice. I mean, the areas aren't that big, so you should be able to hear me.
He's like, alright, though there is a strange topographical feature in the middle of this
More fancy words.
fancy place. Biome, that's the word.
More fancy words.
Still not sure if it is him.
He just knows that when rich people look at maps, they say these words.
Okay.
Probably. That's probably why
Which
he's
is
saying these
what?
things.
A tree? A big tree?
There's a big pit. If we walk around it, it'll take longer.
How did you get past it last time?
I walked around it, but it took longer.
How long?
Well, for me, like 10, 15 minutes, but for you,
Well, in that case, start walking.
He goes,
fine. I will.
I'll just sit down and I'll investigate the ground to see if I can find any nuts.
alright, I'll get you to make a wisdom saving throw. To determine whether or not it's a real nut.
Mhm.
You find a nut. It's actually a cocoa nut.
Oh yeah, Scratch tried that too. He made a volcano go boom.
Not a big nut. Okay, I will crack it open.
Alright, you crack it open. There's a rock nearby. I'll just give you that one for free.
I have my sword.
And you can do that too. You can use the sword. Like a machete and just sort of like stick, turn, stick, turn, stick, turn. So, what do you do with the coconut?
After I get it open, I take a piece of the cocoa or the meat.
Yeah.
And I give a little piece to my new best friend.
It as you are giving it like a little piece, it goes past your hand and goes to one of the halves and just goes.
Oh, sure. I give him the half.
There's one white stuff just flying up into the air.
I'll give him that half. I start eating small pieces out of the other one.
He's eating it kind of like what Cookie Monster always eats like. The cookies just go flying everywhere. Yes, so...
Cookies!
Yes, exactly.
Nuts.
So, it looks like he's less eating what's there and just flinging half of it up into the air. But, you do look at him closely, and he is actually, like, taking off little bits into his mouth. It's just that his claw, he gets so excited when he's eating that his claws, like, fling a bunch of stuff into the air. Either way. So you sit there, and you drink the coconut water, and then you eat little pieces of the coconut. Takes him about 20 minutes to get there.
He lied.
Of course it did.
And he goes,
I had to go through the pit, obviously. There was something in my way.
as he,
Thumbs up, bro. So
And he
now
goes-
he's close to me, right?
yeah, he's like social distance away from you.
Okay. Stab me in the chest.
That's a lot of damage.
Why?
Because I told you to stab me in the chest.
He just sort of looks around, looks behind you.
You're not being coerced.
More fancy words.
No. But as Howler would know, he can't. Because then he will die. If he kills me. Or hurts me.
Oh, and he takes out the sword. He goes, I forgot you signed that. And he swings it at you, and an invisible barrier appears and blocks his weapon.
Okay. Still don't know when that would actually happen if we try to kill each other, but whatever. Let's just go.
That is.
This
what
is
would
not
happen.
Howler. Howler's dead.
Okay. You start walking back with him, and as you go back to the place where you entered this section from, a gust of wind just blows you upward, and you're at the other place. And if you wish, we can skip this part as you go back.
Yeah. Before we start walking, I ask Squeak if he wants the other half.
He looks at the little bit that you've eaten, and he looks at you, looks at the little bit you've eaten, looks at you, looks at the little bit you've eaten, and then just lunges directly into it and goes.
Oh yeah. Definitely Scrat.
So, yeah, you guys eventually make it back. So,
Rope dangling out of the portal.
he took, you guys, from your perspective, he took about 3 hours.
Oh, the last 5 minutes, when I get out, I'll probably just float with my levitate. I'll just float around because I'm bored.
Alright.
And the bear is scary.
You're just sort of like
Yeah,
you're just sort of like sitting cross-legged on nothing with your hand, your fist on your chin. Just sort of
Okay, so I'll take the end of the rope and I'll tie. Well, since the rope is so close now, we have a lot of rope to play with. So I'll tie me to it and I'll tie Howler to it and I'll start like dragging in the rope, like making like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, hoping that the other persons at the other end, if they can see, they're smart enough to know what I want them to do.
Make a perception check. Man on the outside.
Sure. No, I don't see shit.
Alright,
I'm too basic floating.
Zersgon got a little bored and he wandered over to the ship. So he's not there anymore.
Okay, so you'll see Explode just taking his glasses off. Ah, a bunch of idiots.
I can't.
And he's gonna make a new little rocket. And he's not even gonna bother making a note. He's just gonna scratch into the edge of it. Get me out.
Howler just goes, before you waste your resources, why don't I just jump in there?
Oh, you haven't seen this? And I take the empty coconut shell out of Squeak's hand, and I just throw it at the portal.
Okay, make a strength. To see if you throw it hard enough to get it through.
Well, if I actually get it hard enough, this is gonna disprove my... Well, it's the same thing anyways, so... a -1.
You throw it, and it just sort of piddles off into the ocean. So it got blown off into the ocean. He goes, you're right, I get other people to do the heavy lifting for me. So go ahead.
I send the... And I will also attach... like flashbangs on the sides of it, so that when it gets out of the portal, hopefully, it'll make a big boom, so people will hear that it's there. Just to make it like super obvious.
Yeah, you just send
I'll just throw
some
metal chips in there, so that it'll like a little firework display with some sparkles and shit.
I can see that you don't have very much faith in his perception abilities.
No.
Like a rocket just goes behind him. I wonder when he's coming back. Oh.
Yeah, the boys just waiting here. They just twirl around in circles.
Yeah, you just barely miss the rocket going past you.
Insane deck save.
Yeah. So, yeah, you do that. So you use 2 charges, and you have the flashbangs, and you made the rocket. You can roll Tinker to determine how good the rocket is.
Even better.
It's just that one version. It's the one version better than the other one. So,
And the writing on the side, "Get me the fuck out of here." It's so beautifully written. And like that fancy
Calligraphy?
rich guy stuff. Whatever.
yeah, calligraphy.
Yeah, calligraphy, yeah.
You would swear that if you didn't know that you created it, you would say that an elven craftsman learned for 500 years to create this script. Just to master the script, let alone the chiseling of the words.
And the shape of the rocket itself. Oh,
Yeah.
it's
Then you spent another 500 years though.
like a majestic stallion's penis. It's beautiful. Now get me out.
Yes, so you fire the rocket. And and on the other side of the portal, you see
Oh, he's there. I didn't notice.
Well, you don't want to roll a perception to see if you see my rocket or hear it?
I do.
He's not
You
that
see
guy.
it?
He's not. Well, you do see it. I was gonna say you're not that guy from that one we were playing with Geo at one point. That Joachim was playing. That
Mhm.
he rolls all the time.
Yeah, the wizard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, you see it.
I'm not that good. Because I stopped with the bear, so I'm less distracted.
Yeah, by the way, the bear is still just sitting next to the portal waiting.
I'm just floating over it.
Yep. So, you see the rocket, and it had two weird things connected to it that blew up and made a loud bang.
Can I read what it says?
That's what I'm gonna roll to determine whether or not it's in good enough condition still.
Oh yeah, because it blew up.
Yes, it is still in good enough condition. You can't really appreciate the calligraphy writing because it's bent and twisted, but it's still in decent condition. In decent enough condition that you can read it.
Yeah,
So beautiful.
because like his background, since he grew up in a castle and shit, he just maybe I should get a guy to fix that for him. Because that writing is terrible. And that'll drag him out.
Okay. He starts pulling on the rope.
You are gonna drag us out alone.
Well, Soros just kind of left.
Go get him.
You can get his attention. He's not that far away.
Soros, Scan, you're stronger than me. Help me with this.
He just heavily exhales as he walks over, and
I
then
gave him a compliment. It could be a little appreciated.
he grabs onto the rope, and I'm gonna roll for Zarascon at advantage. Watch him get like a natural 20, and you guys just get like broken necks from whiplash. Okay. Oh, he did roll
Natural
well,
19.
but not
Almost got a natural 20.
not a natural 20 though. But he does manage to pull you in one like yoink. Pull
Oh,
both
that's-
of you in.
As I'm waiting, I'm holding around Squeak, by the way, so he doesn't fall off my shoulder.
Yeah. And he just goes, and you're like, and you're through the portal.
Well, that was a pleasant experience. Now let's get out of here. And I just untie my rope, put Squeak back on my shoulder, and start walking on top of my bear.
Okay.
There's the little guy.
He goes,
Who? Howler?
Both of them, actually.
I need, because I can't say Howler's name because,
Just
without
say Howler.
looking it up, because he says his entire title to everyone he encounters.
Yes.
So I need to read his entire title, and it's not even fitting on this stupid screen that I have here, so...
Dragonsbane Grand Admiral Howler of the Aquan Sea, Chairman of the New World Bank.
Yes.
Yes.
So that is exactly how he introduces himself.
That's a damn long name.
He goes, yeah, and?
I like it.
He genuinely smiles and he's like, I like you.
That's how my character is.
And he like, he's a halfling, so he's not as tall as you, but he
He
tries
reached
to
about
put,
lower.
yeah, he tries to put his hand around your back and lead you towards the ship. And he's like, have you seen my flagship? As he leads you towards the ship.
I'll play along.
As you hear him, have you seen my flagship? Explode just kind of does like this with his glasses and just looks over at Howler.
I noticed.
Yeah. Explo wasn't trying to hide it. But
Nope.
Howler's like, oh,
Oblivious to it anyway, so...
this is my chief engineer. He does have a title, if you don't mind introducing yourself.
We already met.
I know his name is
Okay.
Explo.
But
Does he have a long title as you?
No, my name is Head of Acquisitions and Security, Captain Big Daddy Explo.
Oh yeah, he did mention that.
Yeah, he goes, he is also the chief engineer. You may wish to add that to your title of this particular ship.
Huh. Yeah, and Explo, who's that little guy on your shoulder?
Oh, it's a Squeak!
Squeak.
Say hi, Squeak.
And Howler goes, I saw that thing in the place. The thing. Whatever that was. And it didn't seem very happy, so I left it alone.
Well,
But it seems
it's
like
pretty
you.
fun when you get to know him.
It seems like you. And it just has this super grumpy, angry looking expression on its face.
Awesome.
So, as you're walking back to the ship, I need Explo to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, shit.
Get out of the place.
Yeah. He knows deep speech. He is literally insane. Oh, by the way, you can add to your list of languages deep speech. So that's a thing.
Cool.
Because you're insane. You're literally insane.
But there are creatures that attempt to communicate using it that don't make people insane by using it, just by using
Mostly
it.
aliens. Mostly aberrations.
Yeah.
What if I start talking to random people with deep speech?
You're not sure if you have the power yet to make people insane just by using it. You'll have to experiment. If you wish.
I am.
Abuse the Dragonborn, not me.
He just walks up to the final boss and starts speaking in deep speech, and then the final boss goes insane, and then you guys automatically win.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, you do sense that new. It's almost like a tumor grew into your brain, and that tumor was trying to give you a weird hallucination, but you managed to stave it off for the moment.
I think it's more like the tumor that was already there got a little bit bigger.
Yeah, now it's actually starting to press on some of the nerves in your brain. Whereas before, it was just causing you to do silly things.
Well, I like this. As I'm riding back towards the ship with my bear, I will try and contact the god of madness again. Like, I'm not gonna try and contact him. I'm just like gonna be like, I'm gonna say his name and say, you know what? I actually kind of like this. I don't have to do anything to see stuff anymore. Like, wink, wink stuff. And I kind of just pat my weed pouch.
He goes, you do hear him. He responds. However, before he tells you something, I will give you the option. Do you wish to try to save against what he's going to do or not?
So he's gonna speak in deep speech again.
Yup. Do you wish to save?
I'm gonna try and save.
Okay.
Okay.
You didn't. So here's what he says. The ear of corn is a real ear. And you now have an implanted phrase for the next time you see an ear of corn.
Ear of what?
An ear of corn. You know, like a husk of corn.
Is that an ear of corn? Like the corn when it grows on the thing?
The Norwegian phrase for what I'm saying.
Mais.
No, because we don't grow corn in Norway.
Det er masse mais-stilk, er det hvis ikke han mener.
Yeah, like the ear of corn, like it's growing out of the ground and it has the corn growing on it.
Yes.
That's like the ears. They kind of looks like ears.
Yeah, it's sort of like folded up in the green leaves and everything.
Okay, so the ear of corn
is an actual ear. So you have an
Oh, so I'm gonna see growing ears out of the ground next time I see one. Nice.
Perhaps. But the next time you see a bundle of corn or an ear, specifically an ear of corn, perhaps something weird will happen.
Cool. I'll just answer back looking forward to it.
See, before he was just trying to communicate with you, but since you challenged his manhood, basically, now he's just gonna go full bore. You're gonna get the hallucinations, you're gonna get the everything that he usually communicates with. By the way, with that failed wisdom save, I'm gonna say that you hear, mm-hmm.
You hear the button stock again.
Are they still in my pocket?
You open your pocket. So, Jack, I'm gonna get you to make a perception check, because Explo's looking in his pocket. There's nothing in his pocket. However, Explo, you see
not even like
buttons,
2 pieces of rock or something?
You see, there's nothing in his pocket, Jack. Huh. Explo, you see the 2 buttons, and they're looking at you. Or facing your direction.
Yeah. And they're saying ow and mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like they normally do, yeah.
The only phrases they know.
You just see Explo like staring down in his pocket. Yeah, shut up. And he just like slams his pocket back in.
Yeah, Jack, there was literally nothing in his pocket.
Since I'm walking with Howler, I just I think he's crazy.
I already knew that. And he just keeps walking. So, Explo, the only part of that conversation you hear, Explo, is, I already knew that.
So, riding into the sunset on top of the boat, what should we do with the drunken sailor? He's screaming out loud while he's riding back to the ship.
Alright, so that is where we're going to end this session. I just don't want to continue with only a small percentage of our play. So,
yeah, well, this whole half a session part at least was only me.
For the most
pretty
part.
much. It's
trying to get Howler.
It's not my fault that no one else chose to go in the portal with you.
I don't want to go crazy.
You don't know.
I think it's better to keep the crazy where the crazy already.
Yeah. With Artificer with a mechanical beer.
But to be fair, like I said, you don't know if you would have went crazy if you would have went in there.
Nope.
To be fair, Explo did purposely taunt the god of insanity. So, perhaps he just went out of his way while this other event was happening. So, we'll see